Welcome, welcome. You're here at Harryverse. Today we present to you 4 founders resurrected after Potter's death and trained baby Harry as 5th founder with mastery over all 5 elements. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1. The Compact. The wards fell at 11:07 on the night of October 31st, 1981. Not slowly. Not with a groan or a shimmer or any of the polite warnings that magical protections usually offered before they died. The Fidelius charm around 4 Godric's hollows simply stopped, the way a heart stops, one moment present, the next a memory, and in the silence that followed, the village held its breath without knowing why. Peter Pettigrew was already running before the sound of the gate finished swinging. Voldemort walked up the garden path. Inside, James Potter heard the gate and knew. He didn't need to think. He screamed for Lily, grabbed his wand, and planted himself at the foot of the stairs with the absolute certainty of a man who understands he is not going to survive the next 30 seconds and has decided that 30 seconds is enough time to matter. He fired 3 curses before the door exploded inward. None of them connected. The 4th curse came back, and James Potter died on his sitting room floor with his wand still in his hand, which is to say he died the way he had lived, stubborn, furious, and facing forward. Lily ran. Not away. Up. To the nursery at the top of the stairs, to the crib with the mobile of golden snitches turning slowly in the lamplight, to the 15-month-old boy who looked up at her with James's eyes and reached out his hands and said, with the tremendous confidence of a child who has never had reason to doubt that love will arrive when summoned, "Mama." She had time to put herself between him and the door. That was all she needed. Voldemort's killing curse struck her and painted the walls of the nursery green, and Lily Potter fell, and the golden snitches kept spinning in the mobile above the crib, and Harry James Potter looked at the tall dark shape in the doorway with curious, unafraid eyes, and the second killing curse came down like a hammer, and the world broke. Not metaphorically. Not in the way people would later write about it in histories or whisper about in pubs. The magic itself cracked, like a bone, like ice, like the surface of something that was never meant to hold that much weight. The curse hit the child and fractured against something it had no name for, and the rebound took Voldemort apart at every seam, and the nursery wall blew outward, and Harry Potter sat in his crib among the rubble and the mobile of golden snitches, one of them bent now, one of them still spinning, and he cried, because he was 15 months old and his parents were gone and he didn't know that yet, only that something was wrong in a way that went all the way down. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead stopped bleeding after 20 minutes. He cried for another hour after that. Then he fell asleep, because he was 15 months old and the body, in its wisdom, insists on rest even when the world has ended. 312 miles to the north, Hogwarts woke up. Not the students. Not the professors. Not the ghosts drifting their usual routes through moonlit corridors or the portraits snoring in their frames or even the castle's owls, who were having the sort of evening owls have when the world is disintegrating and they can feel it in their hollow bones but can't be expected to do anything about it. The castle woke up. The foundations. Something stirred in the bedrock beneath the dungeons, beneath even the lowest dungeons, beneath the places the students were forbidden to go, beneath the places the professors pretended didn't exist. It moved through the stone the way electricity moves through water, everywhere at once, a current that had been dormant for 1,000 years, activated by a trigger so specific that its creators had half hoped it would never be needed. The compact carved into the foundation stone in the year 993 had 12 lines. The first 11 were conditions. The 12th was the instruction. Should the last of the blood of our building die without guardian or heir, let the stone remember what the stone was taught. James Potter had been the last of a very old line, old enough, and woven deeply enough into the magic of the castle's founding, that his death and Lily's death together constituted, in the cold legal language of ancient blood compacts, a termination of guardianship. Harry had no one. The magic of the compact did not know about Petunia Dursley in Surrey. It did not know about Sirius Black, currently being arrested on a road in Somerset. It knew only that a child of the old blood was alone and unprotected, and that this was the one circumstance under which the stone's memory was permitted to act. The castle shuddered. In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore's collection of silver instruments began spinning simultaneously and then stopped. He looked up from the letter he was writing, the one he had begun drafting the moment his Patronus had brought him the news from Godric's Hollow, and watched his instruments with an expression that people who knew him well would have identified as the expression he wore when something was happening that he had not planned for. Albus Dumbledore did not enjoy that expression. He wore it infrequently. He was wearing it now. "Fox," he said. The phoenix on the perch opened one eye. Closed it again. This was, apparently, not his problem. Below the dungeons, the stone remembered. The chamber had no door. It had never needed one, because for 1,000 years it had contained nothing but stone and old magic and the specific, patient silence of a place that knows it is waiting. It was not large, perhaps 30 feet across, with a ceiling that arched like a held breath, and its walls were carved with the 4 emblems of the houses in a continuous frieze: lion, badger, eagle, serpent, lion, badger, eagle, serpent, repeating until they met themselves. In the center of the floor, set into the stone itself, were 4 figures. Not statues. Not tombs. Not effigies. The figures breathed. They had always breathed. Slowly, once every 3 years, roughly, though no one had been counting, but the chests rose and fell, and the faces beneath the stone-still surface held expressions that shifted, slightly, with dreaming. They had been sleeping for 800 years. They had laid themselves down in the year 1168, when the last of the original students had died and the founders had looked at each other across the great hall and understood that the work of building was finished and the work of waiting had begun. They had not known what they were waiting for. They knew now. The magic came up through the floor in a wave, and Godric Gryffindor opened his eyes. He gasped. It was a loud, total gasp, the gasp of a man who has been underwater for a very long time and has just broken the surface, and he sat up from the stone floor and pressed one hand flat against the ground and dragged air into his lungs in great tearing pulls. He was a large man, broad-shouldered, built like someone who had spent his life doing things that required broad shoulders, with dark red hair that was currently sticking up in every direction, and a beard that had been neat, once, and had not benefited from 8 centuries of inattention. His eyes were brown, very dark, and they swept the chamber with the immediate tactical alertness of someone who had spent most of his life in situations where being slow to orient yourself was fatal. "Right," he said to no one in particular. His voice was rough with disuse. "Right. All right." Helga Hufflepuff sat up beside him without gasping. She simply opened her eyes, took a single measured breath, and looked at her hands. She turned them over. She closed them into fists and opened them again. Then she looked at Godric and said, in a voice that was steady in the way that only very controlled people can be steady, "How long?" "Long," Godric said. "How long, Godric?" He looked at the stone. He could feel the centuries in it the way you feel your own age in your joints on a cold morning. 800 years, he said. Give or take. Helga absorbed this. She looked at the other 2 figures still prone on the floor, one beginning to stir, one perfectly still in a way that made Helga's eyes sharpen with something old and careful, and she said, "The compact." Yes. Someone triggered it. Yes. She was already standing. She was not as tall as Godric, but she moved with a groundedness that made her seem larger, and her dark hair, shot through with gray at the temples, fell loose around her shoulders as she turned to face the other 2. She was wearing the same clothes she had laid down in 800 years ago, which should have been dust but weren't, because the compact had preserved everything, and there was something about that, about the stubborn material fact of her amber-colored dress still existing, that made her chest hurt in a way she didn't have time for yet. "Rowena," she said, crouching beside the tall, still figure nearest her. "Rowena, we're needed." Rowena Ravenclaw opened her eyes like someone switching on a lamp. No gasping. No disorientation. She looked at the ceiling for exactly 3 seconds, performing some internal calculation, and then she sat up with the precise movements of someone who does not waste motion, and said, the compact triggered. A child of the foundational blood is unguarded. A pause. We are currently in the sub-foundation chamber. The castle's wards are shifting to integrate a new structure. Another pause. Someone has died tonight. Someone significant. We don't know who yet, Helga said. I can determine, Rowena. Helga's voice was gentle but it had iron in it. We will determine it together. After. Rowena looked at her. Something passed between them, some current of old affection and old friction, the particular intimacy of people who have known each other across decades and disagree about nearly everything and love each other anyway. Rowena nodded, once. The fourth figure had not moved. Godric looked at him. At the long, angular frame still laid out on the stone, at the narrow face with its sharp bones and the dark hair gone silver at the temples, at the hands folded with deliberate precision across the chest. He looked at him for a long moment and then said, in a voice carefully emptied of everything, Salazar. Nothing. Salazar. Louder now. Rowena said, very quietly, he may have resisted the compact. He was, at the end, he was not certain he wanted to be called back. He doesn't get to decide that, Godric said. We all agreed. All four of us. The compact requires, I am aware of what the compact requires. The voice came from the figure on the floor, and it was precise and cold and immediately, infuriatingly alert, as if Salazar Slytherin had been awake for some time and had simply been waiting to see how long it would take the others to address him directly. He opened his eyes, gray, pale, the color of water over stone, and stared at the ceiling with an expression of profound, contained resignation. I am also aware, he continued, that arguing with a blood compact is roughly as productive as arguing with the tide. That's very poetic, Godric said. I'm not being poetic. I'm being accurate. Salazar sat up. He was thinner than Godric, built for stillness rather than force, and he moved with the economy of someone who has learned that the less you show, the more you keep. He looked at his hands. He looked at the chamber. His gaze moved, last, to the other three, and something crossed his face, something that was not quite feeling, or was feeling held at arm's length, and he said, You all look dreadful. You look like death, Godric said pleasantly. I was, until approximately 2 minutes ago. Salazar stood. He brushed non-existent dust from his robes, looked at the frieze of house symbols on the wall, and said, A child. Yes, Helga said. Potter line. The compact triggered on the foundational blood, Rowena said. The Potters carry the oldest strain. Direct descent. Salazar was quiet for a moment. Then, with the expression of a man who has decided to move forward and will deal with the implications later, where is the child now? That's what we need to find out, Helga said. Above them, the castle shuddered again, more purposefully this time, and somewhere in the stone above their heads, a staircase that hadn't existed that morning began to build itself. They came up through the floor of the great hall at approximately 1 a.m., which was unfortunate timing, as the enchanted ceiling chose that precise moment to flash with lightning from a storm rolling in off the mountains. The thunder that followed was almost theatrical. Godric looked up at the ceiling. It looks different, he said. 1,000 years of weather will do that, Rowena said. She was already turning, cataloging the hall, calculating. The house tables are the same. The head table has been repositioned, 3 feet to the west, I think. She moved toward the door. We need the Olary. Or an equivalent. Something that can carry a message and find its destination regardless of location. We need to find the child first, Helga said, and there was something in her voice that made all 3 of the others stop. She was standing very still in the center of the hall, and she had her eyes closed, and her hands were pressed flat against her thighs. If you knew what to look for, you could see the slight tremor in them. Helga, Godric said, quieter now. Someone died, she said. The compact triggered because the child was left unguarded. Which means both parents are gone. Both of them. She opened her eyes. They were very bright. That child is alone somewhere, tonight, and has been alone for, how many hours? Several, Salazar said. Right. She turned toward the doors. So we find the child first. Rowena, can you cast a tracking charm specific to the foundational bloodline? I invented the tracking charm, Rowena said, somewhat archly. Then stop explaining and start casting. The doors of the great hall opened for them the way the castle always opened for its founders, not reluctantly, not with the squeal of old hinges, but smoothly, almost eagerly, as if the building itself had been waiting. They moved through the entrance hall and out through the front doors and down the steps to the grounds, where the wind had come up sharp off the lake and the night smelled of coming rain, and Rowena raised her wand and spoke 2 words in a language that predated Latin, and the charm she cast unspooled from the tip of her wand like a silver thread and arrowed south without hesitation. Godric's Hollow, Rowena said, watching the thread. West Country. 90 miles, roughly. We can't apparate, Godric said. Not yet. The return, the body needs time to, I can apparate, Salazar said. Everyone looked at him. What? He raised an eyebrow. I woke up more efficiently than the rest of you. I have feeling in both hands and my apparition coordinates are intact. He looked at the silver thread still arrowing south into the dark. I'll go. I'll bring the child back. You are not going alone to retrieve an infant, Helga said flatly. I'm the most functional of the 4 of us at this precise moment. That is not the point, Salazar, the point is that a strange man appearing out of thin air above a child's crib at 1 in the morning is, the child can't see me. It's 15 months old. Helga said. He is 15 months old. And you are not going alone. She straightened up. I'll go with you. Salazar looked at her for a moment. He started to object, looked at her expression, and apparently decided against it. Fine, he said. Hold on. Don't fight the pull. He took her arm, and they were gone. Godric watched the space where they'd been for a moment. Then he said, she's going to be inconsolable. She's going to be fine, Rowena said. She was looking up at the castle, at the new configuration of the towers, and there it was, just visible on the north side, where a wall had been blank stone that morning, the outline of windows, not quite there yet, the architecture still solidifying, a tower pulling itself into existence out of the building's bones. The castle is rebuilding the 5th tower, she said. The tower was always there, Godric said. It was sleeping. Rowena tilted her head. Like us. She paused. We'll need rooms. Separate rooms, I think. I know you value communal sleeping arrangements but I do not. That was one time, and we were in a siege, separate rooms. Fine, Godric said. He looked up at the tower taking shape against the clouded sky. I want the top floor. So do I. I'll fight you for it. You would lose. I absolutely would not. You're still trembling in your left hand from the resurrection. Godric looked at his left hand. It was, in fact, trembling slightly. He put it in his pocket. That is irrelevant, he said, with great dignity. The potter's house in Godric's Hollow was not entirely destroyed. The upper portion, where the nursery was, where the wall had blown out, was exposed to the sky, open to the night air, the wallpaper with its pattern of small yellow moons fluttering in the wind. The lower portion was intact, almost insultingly so, the kitchen with the dishes in the drying rack, a book left open on the sitting room table, a teacup with cold tea. Evidence of an ordinary evening interrupted. Helga saw James Potter at the foot of the stairs and stopped. She stood there for 3 seconds. Just 3. Then she moved on, because there was nothing to be done for James Potter now, and because somewhere above her a child was alone, and she had her priorities. She had always had her priorities. But her jaw was very tight as she followed Salazar up the stairs, and when they reached the nursery and she saw Lily Potter on the floor beside the crib, the tightness spread to her chest and settled there like stone. Salazar stepped over the rubble carefully, moving toward the crib. Helga made herself stop looking at Lily and followed. Harry Potter was asleep. He was curled on his side in the crib with his knees tucked up and one fist pressed against his mouth, and the mobile above him still had one golden snitch spinning in slow circles, throwing tiny glints of reflected light across his face. He had dark hair, the absolute wreckage of dark hair that had clearly never been anything but chaotic, and he was small. Children were always smaller than you expected, Helga thought, and then immediately stopped thinking about that, and the only unusual thing about him, in the low light, was the mark on his forehead. A lightning bolt, red-edged, just above his right eye. Salazar looked at the mark for a long time. "Killing curse," he said quietly. "The rebound." "He survived, I know what happened," Helga said. She reached into the crib and picked Harry up. He made a small sound in his sleep. His fist found the front of her robes and grabbed on, infant fingers, that particular iron grip, and his face pressed into the warmth of her shoulder, and Helga stood very still for a moment with her eyes closed and one hand curved around the back of his head. "Helga," Salazar said. "I know," she said. "We should move quickly. There will be others coming, magical law enforcement or someone's tracking charm. If anyone sees us here, I know, Salazar." She opened her eyes. Her voice was perfectly steady. "I've got him. Let's go." She held him all the way back. Godric heard them coming up the steps before the doors opened, and he had exactly enough time to register Helga's expression, which was the expression of someone carrying something they intend to keep, before he registered the child. He was awake now. Harry Potter was awake, and he was looking around at the entrance hall of Hogwarts with the huge-eyed, processing intensity of an infant encountering something entirely new, and he had not yet decided whether to be frightened or fascinated. He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the stone walls. He looked at Godric with James Potter's eyes, hazel green, startlingly clear, and did what 15-month-olds do when confronted with a large bearded stranger, which was to study him with an expression of absolute scientific seriousness for approximately 4 seconds, and then reach out one hand in Godric's direction. Godric's chest did something complicated. "Hello," he said, which was not his most impressive opening but was the honest one. Harry continued to reach for him. His fingers opened and closed. "Give me this," the gesture said, with the total confidence of someone who had never been refused anything important. "He wants you," Helga said. She was smiling, slightly, and there were tears tracking down her face that she was apparently not going to acknowledge. "He doesn't usually take to strangers. James used to say he had his mother's instincts." Godric held out one large hand and Harry grabbed 2 of his fingers and immediately tried to put them in his mouth. "Don't let him do that," Salazar said. His hands were on that rubble. "He's fine," Godric said. "He's been in a destroyed building for several hours, he's fine, Salazar." Godric looked at the child. The child looked back at him, fingers still firmly gripped, entirely undisappointed. "He's very fine." Rowena appeared from the direction of the library. She had apparently not been able to resist, even under the circumstances, with 3 open books floating in formation behind her and an expression of intense, specific focus. She stopped when she saw Harry and looked at him the way she looked at things that interested her, with a directness that stopped just short of rude. "He survived a killing curse," she said. "At 15 months. Uninjured except for the scar." "Yes," Helga said. "That is not possible." "And yet." Rowena stepped closer. She looked at the mark on Harry's forehead. She looked at him for a long time, and something shifted in her expression, the calculation softening, briefly, into something more honest. Harry looked back at her with the same focused seriousness he'd given the ceiling. "He has his mother's eyes," Rowena said. "The structure, I mean. The depth. He has James's hair," Helga said. Yes, I can see that. It's chaos. It's hereditary chaos, there's a difference. Rowena paused. He's going to be remarkable. He's already remarkable, Godric said. He survived a killing curse. That was circumstance and his mother's love, Rowena said. What he'll be, what we can make him, if we're careful, that will be different. She looked at the other three, and the book settled down around her feet, and her expression had the quality it always had when she had already made a decision and was now distributing it to everyone else. We raise him. Obviously, Helga said. Here. In the tower. We train him in everything, not how specific. Everything. Obviously, Godric said. Rowena looked at Salazar. Salazar had been standing to the side, apart from the cluster around the child, with his arms folded and his expression unreadable. He looked at Harry, at James Potter's hair and Lily Evans's eyes and the lightning bolt scar above them both, and he was quiet for a moment that stretched long enough to become uncomfortable. His mother was Muggle-born, he said. The entrance hall went very still. Godric turned toward him slowly, with the particular slowness of someone making a choice about how to respond. Salazar, I'm aware of what I said. I'm also aware that I am currently holding a position that I spent the back half of my life arguing against. I'm simply noting the dissonance. The child's parents are dead, Helga said quietly. His mother threw herself between him and a killing curse. His father died at the foot of the stairs. Whatever you want to say about blood, whatever argument you want to make, I would ask you to make it somewhere I cannot hear it tonight. Salazar looked at her. At the flatness in her voice that was worse than anger. He looked back at Harry, who was now chewing on Godric's fingers with apparent satisfaction. I wasn't going to argue, Salazar said, and his voice was quieter than usual. I was noting the dissonance. There is a difference. He paused. He's a Parselmouth. I can feel it. The bloodline carries it, the Potter line goes back far enough. He moved, for the first time, closer to the group, close enough to see Harry's face clearly. Harry looked up at him. Salazar looked down. He has his mother's eyes, he said, and his voice was strange, stripped of its usual precision. The color, I mean. Lily Evans had, he stopped. A pause. I knew her mother's family. Distantly. Before. Salazar, Rowena said. I know. He looked away from Harry. We raise him, he said, with the flat decisiveness of someone closing a door on something. We train him. All 5 elements. He looked at Rowena. That includes ether. No one has wielded ether in, he survived a killing curse by absorbing it, Salazar said. The rebound wasn't a reflection. I analyzed the residual magic when I was in the nursery. The curse went into him and the ether converted it. He's not just a vessel for it. He is it. He let this settle. Which means we either train him to master it or we leave it wild in a child's body and hope for the best. We train him, Rowena said. We train him, Salazar agreed. All 4 of us, Helga said. It was not a question. No one disagreed. The headmaster's office was warm with firelight and cold with tension. Dumbledore had not sat down in 2 hours. He moved between his instruments and his window and his bookshelf with the controlled restlessness of a man running calculations, and what he was calculating, primarily, was the shape of a plan that was no longer behaving the way plans were meant to behave. He had known, in a general way, that Voldemort would come to the Potters. He had set the Fidelius charm himself. He had not known, no one could have known, that Peter Pettigrew would break it, or that James and Lily would die, or that the curse on Harry would do what it had done. These were variables he had not anticipated, and Dumbledore disliked unanticipated variables the way a chess player dislikes an opponent who doesn't play by the expected patterns. But he had recovered. He had begun a new calculation, centered on a single point: Harry Potter, the boy who lived, placed with the Dursleys in Surrey, hidden, protected, shaped by isolation and difficulty into the particular kind of person that necessity would eventually require. It was not kind. He knew it was not kind. He had looked at that and looked at it until it stopped troubling him, which was a thing he was good at. Then his instruments had started spinning, and the castle had shuddered, and something very old had moved in the foundations. He had spent the intervening hours reading old texts, the oldest he had, and the answer he had found in them sat in his chest with a weight like bad news. The Founders' Compact. He had known it existed in theory. Every headmaster was told, in the abstract, that certain ancient agreements were woven into Hogwarts bedrock. But the specifics had been lost, deliberately redacted from the official histories, and what he was reading now, in a text so old its pages crumbled at the edges, made his hands very still. He stood at his window and looked out at the castle, at the north face of the building, where something was changing. A silhouette that hadn't been there at nightfall. A tower, drawing itself out of the stone, growing in the dark like something alive. Fawkes made a soft sound behind him. "I know," Dumbledore said. He put on his cloak. He took his wand. He walked down the moving staircases and through the empty corridors and out through the front doors and down the stone steps to the grounds, and he walked to the north face of the castle where the tower was now clearly visible, its architecture blending seamlessly with the existing building as if it had always been there, as if he had simply been too inattentive to notice it before. There was a door at the base. He raised his wand. A gentle Alohomora, nothing aggressive, nothing presumptuous. The sort of opening one offers to a door one expects to cooperate. The door didn't move. He tried a stronger unlocking charm. The door responded by becoming, somehow, more closed, the way a face becomes more closed when someone asks the wrong question. He tried a ward analysis. The ward analysis bounced back and showed him, with perfect clarity, that the magic sealing this door predated every technique he had been taught, predated the ministry, predated the statute of secrecy, predated arguably the concept of a ministry as something that could enforce anything. He lowered his wand. He stood in front of the door for a long time, in the cold wind off the lake, with the stars coming out between breaking clouds above him. "Godric," he said. Not loudly. Just clearly, into the stone. "I know you're awake." Silence. "I'd like to discuss the child. Harry Potter. I have plans for his protection, and I would like to." The door opened. Not all the way. Just enough. Just enough for the voice that came through to reach him clearly, and the voice was deep and carried the particular assurance of someone who has never needed to raise it to be heard. "We know about your plans," Godric Gryffindor said. His voice was mild. Almost friendly. "The boy is here. He's safe. He's asleep. I should very much like to see him," Dumbledore said. A pause. "No," Godric said. Dumbledore blinked. Which was unusual. "I am the headmaster of this school, and the child's. You are the headmaster of this school," Godric agreed pleasantly. "Which is tremendous. Well done. We built it." A brief pause. "The child stays with us. He will receive his education here, in full, and he will attend Hogwarts when he is of age, and at that point he will be a student in your school and we will cooperate fully on all matters of curriculum and safety. But until that day, he is ours. That is what the compact says. That is what it has always said." "Godric." Dumbledore's voice was careful, measured. "You don't understand the current situation. Voldemort, there are things I know about Harry's destiny that require, Albus." The voice through the door changed slightly. Still measured, but the mildness had dropped away to reveal something underneath it that was very old and did not particularly need to justify itself. "I have been building and defending this castle since before your grandmother's grandmother was born. I have seen things come and go that you would not believe me if I described them. I am telling you, with great respect, that the child is safe, that he will be trained, and that the next time you come to this door uninvited, it won't open at all." A beat. Good night, headmaster. The door closed. Albus Dumbledore stood in the cold for a moment longer than was strictly necessary. Then he turned and walked back up the steps and into the castle, and his expression was the expression he wore when he was rethinking something fundamental, which he did very rarely and always took seriously. In the tower above, in a room that smelled of warm stone and something like summer, despite it being November, Helga Hufflepuff sat in a chair that the castle had thoughtfully provided and held Harry Potter against her chest, and his breathing was the even breathing of deep sleep, and she rocked him very slowly in the way that human beings have rocked children since before memory, which is to say, without thinking about it, because the body knows. Godric came up the stairs and stood in the doorway and looked at her. Dumbledore, she said quietly, without turning around. Dealt with. He'll be back. Of course he will. He's Dumbledore. Godric settled himself against the doorframe. Rowena is already arguing with Salazar about the training schedule. They've been awake for 4 hours. They started arguing before we left the Foundation chamber, technically. They stopped briefly to resurrect and then resumed. Helga smiled, slightly. Harry shifted in his sleep, his fist tightening on her robe. We're going to disagree constantly, she said. About how to raise him. About what to teach him first. About everything. Yes, Godric said. It's going to be absolute chaos. Almost certainly. Good, Helga said. She looked down at Harry. He had one cheek pressed flat against her collarbone and his face in sleep was the total, boneless piece of someone who has found the right place and knows it without needing to think about it. The lightning bolt scar was hidden against her. All she could see was the dark wreckage of his hair and the small curve of his ear. His name is Harry, she said. I know his name, Godric said. Just, say it. Just once. So it's real. Godric was quiet for a moment. Outside, the wind moved through the newly built tower, and the castle settled, and above the great hall the enchanted ceiling had cleared to show stars. Below them, in the deepest dungeons, the foundation stone's 12th line had gone quiet for the first time in 1,000 years, its condition met, its instruction executed, its obligation fulfilled. Harry, Godric said. The child slept on. Chapter 2, 10 years in the tower. The first word Harry Potter ever said was not "mama" or "dada" or any of the round, easy syllables that children usually reach for first. It was "more." He said it at breakfast, 8 months after arriving at the tower, sitting in the high chair that Helga had conjured from a length of oak and her own considerable skill with transfiguration. She had put porridge in front of him. He had eaten it with the focused intensity of someone doing serious work. When the bowl was empty he looked at it, looked at Helga, and said, with perfect clarity and no ambiguity whatsoever, "More." Helga stared at him. Harry stared back. His expression said that he could not understand what was taking so long. He's 23 months, Helga said, to no one in particular. Rowena was at the other end of the table, reading, and did not look up. He's not meant to say full words for another month at least. The developmental literature suggests, the developmental literature, Rowena said, still not looking up, was written about children who were not being raised in a castle saturated with 1,000 years of concentrated magic. She turned a page. Give the child his porridge. I know that, Helga said. I'm simply observing. More, Harry said again, with some urgency. She gave him his porridge. He ate it. He looked up at her when it was gone a second time, and his expression had shifted from impatient to something more thoughtful, the way a person's face shifts when they've discovered that a tool works and are now considering further applications. More, he said, and pointed at Rowena's book. Rowena did look up then. She looked at him over the top of the book, which was a 7th-level text on advanced charms theory, fully illustrated, with marginalia in 4 languages, and Harry looked back at her with complete seriousness. She set the book in front of him. He turned the pages. He couldn't read, obviously, he was not quite 2, but he looked at each page with focused attention, and when he found an illustration of a spell diagram, a complex one, he put his finger on it and looked at Rowena with an expression that was unmistakably a question. "That," Rowena said, leaning over, "is a fiendfire containment diagram. You will not be learning that for approximately 10 years. Harry's expression suggested he found this timeline unreasonable. 10 years, she said firmly. He looked back at the diagram. He looked at it for a long time. Then he turned the page and found another one, simpler, a basic Lumos construction, and put his finger on that. "That one," Rowena said, slowly, "is somewhat sooner." The tower had organized itself around them the way the castle always organized itself around people it had decided to keep, not obviously, not with any fanfare, but practically, with the specific practicality of old magic that has been paying attention. Godric's rooms were on the upper floors, large and slightly chaotic, with weapons on the walls that were there for study and not decoration and a fireplace large enough to stand in. Helga's rooms smelled of growing things, had taken on a warmth that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, and had a kitchen that the castle had inexplicably expanded to include a proper herb garden in an interior window box that had no business getting that much sunlight. Rowena's rooms were floor-to-ceiling books, a drafting table, 4 different telescopes pointing at 4 different things through a ceiling that had been partially replaced with glass, and a silence that the tower maintained around them the way a good library maintains silence, without effort, as a matter of principle. Salazar's rooms were at the base of the tower, closest to the dungeons, adjacent to the lowest lake-facing wall where the stone was always slightly damp and the windows showed green water rather than sky. He had not decorated them. He had not made them comfortable in any visible way. But if you went there at night, Harry would later discover this around age 4, in one of his late-night explorations, there were always candles lit, and a chair facing the lake window, and a book open, and a cup of tea that was never quite cold. Harry's room was in the middle of the tower. Not because anyone had planned it that way. Just because the castle had put it there and no one had objected. It grew as he grew. At 2, it was small and warm and had low shelves and soft things. At 5, it had a desk and a window seat and a bookshelf that was already organizing itself to be taller. At 8, it had 2 bookshelves and a practice space and a window that could be configured to show the grounds or the mountains or, on the nights Harry asked for it, the sky. At 10, the bookshelves covered 3 walls and the desk had been replaced with a worktable and there were 7 languages of notes pinned above it in Harry's handwriting, which was forceful and occasionally sloped uphill when he was thinking faster than his hand could follow. The founders argued about everything. This was not, as it turned out, a problem. It was, in a way that none of them had anticipated, the structure of Harry's education. The disagreements themselves became the lessons, because the child had a remarkable instinct for watching 4 extraordinarily intelligent people disagree and extracting the truth that lived in the space between their positions. The first real argument happened when Harry was 3. Godric had been teaching him, if teaching is the right word for what Godric did, which was more accurately described as doing things and expecting Harry to figure out how to follow along, the basics of magical intention. The idea that magic was not in the wand or the words but in the clarity of what you wanted. He demonstrated by lighting a candle with a bare hand, no wand, just focused intent and elemental fire, and Harry had watched with his chin in his hands and his eyes very bright and then said, "Me. You want to try?" Godric said. "Me," Harry said, more emphatically, and held out his hand. "You're 3, Godric said. "Me," Harry said, in a tone that closed the debate. Godric, who had never in his life been able to argue with that specific tone in that specific face, held his hand under Harry's and said, "Concentrate. Think about warmth. Think about what fire is." Nothing happened for 30 seconds. Then the air above Harry's palm shimmered. Then it went orange. Then a small flame, no bigger than a birthday candle, appeared and burned without consuming anything, and Harry looked at it with an expression of such total satisfaction that Godric felt it in his sternum like a cord. He made the mistake of telling Salazar. "You let him call elemental fire at 3, Salazar said. They were in the corridor outside Harry's room and he was using his voice very quietly, which was when he was most dangerous. Godric. He has ether. He is saturated with ether. Do you understand what happens when elemental fire and uncontrolled ether interact in a developing magical core? It was a small flame this time. Next time it might not be small. Next time the ether might catch, and then we'd have. Salazar stopped. He needs grounding before element work. Structured, careful, grounded training. Not, hold out your hand and see what happens. He asked, Godric said. He is 3. And he lit a controlled flame with no instruction on his first attempt, which tells me his control is considerably better than you're assuming. Rowena appeared around the corner. She had clearly been listening. Salazar is right about the sequencing, she said. You need grounding before element work. Salazar, you're wrong about the timeline. If his natural instinct is already manifesting, suppressing it will create pressure, not safety. We build the grounding around the instinct. We don't put the instinct in a box. Both of them opened their mouths. I've already written the curriculum, Rowena said. It's on the table. Read it before you argue with me. From inside his room, Harry, who had heard every word of this through the door, put his chin in his hands again and stared at the small flame he'd been quietly maintaining above his palm and thought about what grounded meant. He thought it probably had something to do with the floor, or maybe with the earth, which was one of the things Helga talked about sometimes, the way things had roots, the way roots held. He put his other hand flat on the floor. The flame steadied. Got cleaner. Burned with less flicker. He wasn't sure why it worked. But it did. He kept it burning until Helga came in to put him to bed, and then he let it go because she would ask questions, and he wanted to understand it better before he had to explain it. He was 3. He already understood that understanding something yourself and explaining it to someone else were 2 very different things, and that you should always do the first one properly before you attempted the second. He was 4 when Salazar first spoke to him in Parseltongue. They were in the lower rooms, near the lake-facing windows, and Harry had been watching a small garden snake work its way along the base of the interior wall. It had come in through a gap in the stone, and Salazar had noticed it and done nothing about it, because Salazar had a general policy of doing nothing about snakes that entered his space and seemed to know what they were doing. Harry was watching it with intense focus. He'd been watching it for about 10 minutes without saying anything, which was notable because Harry at 4 was, in most contexts, not a quiet child. Salazar looked at him. Can you hear it? It's not talking, Harry said. It's just, moving. But the moving says something. Salazar set down his book. What does it say? Harry thought about this very seriously. It's looking for somewhere warm, he said. The south wall. It knows the south wall is warmer. How do you know that's what it's saying? I just know. A pause. Is that Parseltongue? Not yet. That's instinct. Parseltongue is, Salazar paused, and there was something careful in the pause, something that Harry was too young to fully read but could feel anyway. It's a language. A real one, with grammar and nuance and history. Most people who can speak it only have fragments, enough to communicate basic intentions. The full form is much older. Can you speak the full form? Harry asked. Salazar looked at him for a moment. Yes, he said. Will you teach me? Another pause. Longer. Yes, Salazar said. He said something then, a soft, sibilant phrase, not addressed to Harry but to the snake, and the snake stopped moving and oriented itself toward Salazar with a stillness that meant attention. Salazar said something else, and the snake considered it, and then continued toward the south wall. He looked at Harry. I told it where the warmest stones are. What did it say back? It said thank you. In the way snakes say thank you, which is mostly just, acknowledgement. Presence. Salazar's expression was doing something complicated. Your mother could hear it, a little. She never had the language, but she had the instinct. It's in the bloodline on her side, far back, a convergence of old magic. Harry filed this away. He filed everything away. He had an internal library that was already very organized for a 4-year-old. Tell me what the grammar is like, he said. Salazar blinked. Then, for the first time since his resurrection, something in his face relaxed, not warmth, exactly, but the relief of someone who has been carrying something heavy and has found somewhere to set it down. Come here, he said. Sit. Harry sat. Salazar talked. The snake made it to the warm wall and coiled there contentedly, and outside the lake window the water was dark green and fathomless, and this was how Harry Potter began to learn the oldest language he would ever speak. The year Harry turned 6, Godric decided it was time for hand-to-hand combat. Helga's response to this was precise and unambiguous, absolutely not. He needs physical discipline, he is 6. I started training at 5, you grew up in the 12th century. Children were doing any number of things at 5 that we would now consider catastrophically inappropriate. Helga set down her mixing bowl and looked at Godric with the expression that meant she had already calculated this argument and found his position without merit. He can do basic physical conditioning. He can run, he can swim in the lake, he can climb things, which he already does constantly without my permission. Hand-to-hand combat, no. Fine, Godric said. 7. 8. 7.5. You cannot negotiate half years with me, Godric. 7 3/4. I will curse you. You will not. I will absolutely curse you. I have a bat bogey hex I've been refining for, 7, said Harry from the doorway, where he had apparently been listening this entire time. Sounds fine. They both looked at him. He had his arms folded and his expression was the expression of someone who has heard both sides of an argument and reached a verdict. He looked very like James Potter in that moment and also nothing like him, because James Potter's confidence had always had an edge of performance to it, whereas Harry's was just, natural. Structural. As settled as the walls of the castle around him. I'll be 7 in 4 months, he said. Godric can start then. But I want Helga to teach me the conditioning exercises first so I know how to warm up properly and don't hurt myself. He looked at Helga. That's the concern, right? Injury. Helga opened her mouth. Closed it. Yes, she said. Okay. So you teach me that first, and then Godric starts when I'm 7. He looked at Godric. And you go slowly at first. I'll go at whatever pace, slowly at first, Harry said, in a voice that had, somehow, already developed the quality of a voice that ends discussions. Godric looked at Helga. Helga looked at Godric. He's going to be insufferable, Godric said, without any real complaint in it. He's already insufferable, Helga said, fondly, and went back to her mixing bowl. Harry unfolded his arms. Can I help with that? Yes. Wash your hands first. They're clean. Wash them anyway. He washed them anyway. The first time Harry produced a full Patronus, he was 8 years old. Rowena had been teaching him the theory for 6 months, the emotional mechanics of it, the specific quality of happy memory required, the way the charm reached into the caster and drew out something real. She had been very thorough and very precise and had not, in 6 months, once let him try casting it, because Rowena's pedagogical approach was to understand a thing completely before you attempted it, which was mostly correct and occasionally maddening. Harry had been listening carefully and waiting with a patience that none of the others could have managed, because Harry had learned very early that Rowena's patience for being pushed was limited and that when she was ready to move to the practical stage, she moved, and there was no point in accelerating her. She handed him his wand, 14 inches, holly, with a core that Ollivander's records would one day describe as a tail feather from a phoenix named Fox, though Harry didn't know that yet, and said, think of the memory. Hold it. Don't try to cast yet, just hold it. Harry held it. He didn't close his eyes. He looked at the middle distance, and whatever he was holding was clearly something specific, because his expression did not go vague the way expressions go when people are trying to generate a generic positive feeling. It went, instead, very still. Present. What are you holding? Rowena asked, curious despite herself. Breakfast, Harry said. She waited. The first morning after I got here, he said, still looking at the middle distance. I don't actually remember it, I was too little. But Helga told me about it. Porridge, and the castle having put a candle in the window even though it wasn't time to get up yet because she hadn't slept and she wanted the light, and Godric came down at 6 in the morning and made a terrible cup of tea and tried to pretend he'd meant it to taste like that, and Salazar read to me, which I also don't remember, but apparently I kept grabbing the pages. A pause. It was just a morning. But it was the first one. It was the first morning when I was here, and safe, and there were people. He paused. That's the memory. Rowena was very quiet for a moment. Cast, she said. He cast. The Patronus that erupted from his wand was not a wisp or a shimmer or the struggling cloud of silver that most adults produced on their first attempt. It was a stag, fully formed, bright as a struck match, and it bounded away from him and across the room and stood there, chest out, completely solid, burning with that specific white light that patron uses have when the feeling behind them is entirely genuine. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at Rowena. Rowena was, well. She was not a person who cried. She would have described this very firmly. But something about her face in that moment suggested that the distinction between not being a person who cried and actively choosing not to cry was very fine and she was currently navigating it. A stag, she said. Is that significant? Your father's animagus form was a stag. She looked at the Patronus with an expression Harry couldn't entirely read. It's a very old inheritance. The magic chose it. Did you know him? Harry said. My father. No. I never met him. A pause. I knew about him. I pay attention to the bloodlines I have ties to. She was quiet for a moment. He was, by all accounts, brave and reckless and extremely talented and occasionally an idiot, and he loved your mother with a thoroughness that even I found notable. Harry looked at the stag. The stag looked back, patient as all patron uses are patient, which is to say, utterly, without need. Good, Harry said. And he let it go. He was 9 when he found the room. Not the room of requirement, that was something else, something the castle had for everyone. This was a room that existed specifically between Salazar's quarters and the lowest dungeon, accessible only if you pressed both hands flat against the wall and thought in Parseltongue about wanting in. Harry had found it by accident on one of his night explorations, reaching out to steady himself on a dark wall and absent-mindedly running through Parseltongue verb conjugations in his head. The wall opened. The room inside was not large. It had one table, one chair, and on the table a single object, a flat disc of dark stone, about the size of a dinner plate, carved with interlocking symbols that Harry didn't recognize. He stood in the doorway for a moment and then went in, because Harry had never successfully been deterred by the existence of a door or its equivalent. He sat in the chair and looked at the disc. The disc looked back. Or seemed to. It had that quality that very old magical objects sometimes had, of paying attention. He reached out and put one finger on the edge of it, and immediately the air in the room changed, got heavier, more present, and the symbols on the disc lit up in sequence, one after another, like a sentence being read aloud. He couldn't understand them but he could feel them, the way you feel music in your chest before you understand the words of the song. That, said Salazar from the doorway, with an equanimity that suggested he had been expecting this, is the Founder's Stone. Harry looked up. Salazar was leaning against the doorframe with his arms folded and his expression of practiced neutrality that Harry had long since learned to read as poorly disguised interest. What does it do? Harry said. It maps elemental resonance. Salazar came in and stood across the table from him. Each symbol corresponds to an element. When a practitioner with elemental affinity touches it, their resonant elements light up. Harry looked at the disc. 6 symbols were lit. He looked at Salazar. 5 elements, Salazar said. Plus ether. He nodded at the disc. All 6 are lit. Is that normal? No, Salazar said. It has never happened before. Not in the testing history of the stone, which goes back to the building of this castle. He looked at Harry across the table. Do you know what that means? It means I'm compatible with all of them, Harry said. It means you don't just have potential affinity. It means they're already present. They're already active. A pause. It means the training has to accelerate. Harry leaned back in the chair and looked at the stone thoughtfully. When were you going to tell me about this room? When you were 10, Salazar said. I'm 9. Yes, and you've successfully broken into a warded room using passive Parseltongue, which suggests the timeline required revision. He looked at Harry with something in his grey eyes that was not quite pride and was also not quite not pride. You should tell the others. Will Godric be smug about the fire lighting thing when I was 3? Almost certainly. Will Rowena say she knew all along? Without question. Will Helga cry a little bit and then deny it? Salazar's mouth moved, very slightly, in the direction of something. That is a near certainty. Harry stood up. He looked at the disc one more time, all 6 symbols still burning, steady as stars, and then he looked at Salazar. Thank you, he said. For the Parseltongue. And for the room. I didn't give you the room, Salazar said. You found it. You didn't seal it better. A pause. No, Salazar said. I didn't. Harry nodded, satisfied, and went to tell the others. By the time Harry was 10 years old, the tower had developed a rhythm. Mornings were Rowena. Theory, always, history of magic, which was not the sanitized ministry-approved history but the actual history, including the parts that were embarrassing or complicated or both, magical theory, going well beyond any WT level, languages, of which Harry now spoke 6 fluently and could read 2 others well enough for academic texts. Rowena taught like she thought, efficiently, without condescension, with a fundamental respect for the student's intelligence that Harry had never had to earn. She simply assumed it and proceeded accordingly. Afternoons were split. 3 days with Godric, combat, elemental firework, dueling theory, physical training that had evolved from the careful beginning Helga had insisted on into something genuinely demanding. Harry fought back now. He'd been fighting back since he was 8, actually landing combinations that made Godric grin like Christmas, and by 10 he was fast enough and unpredictable enough that Godric occasionally had to work for it, which was the highest compliment Godric was capable of expressing. 2 days with Salazar, water work, Parseltongue advancement, the particular discipline of Slytherin magic which was about subtlety and precision and the difference between direct force and redirected force, which was always more effective. Evenings were Helga. These were different from the others. Helga didn't teach the way the others taught, she didn't have a curriculum or a schedule, she had a kitchen table and a garden and a certainty that the most important things were learned in the spaces between formal instruction. She taught Harry to cook, which was also teaching him about earth magic, the way plants held their properties, the way roots ran deep, the way something grew when you gave it consistent attention. She taught him to listen, which was teaching him about silence and what lived in it. She told him stories, about the founding, about the early years of the school, about the fights and the reconciliations and the complicated love of 4 people who disagreed about almost everything and built something magnificent anyway. She told him about his parents. Not everything she knew, she hadn't known them well, only distantly, from Rowena's research and the fragments of the bloodline's history. But she told him what she could, with care and without softening it, because Harry had asked and because she believed that people deserved the truth about where they came from. He asked, once, when he was 9.5, sitting at her kitchen table with a cup of tea and that look he got when something had been living in his head for a while, do you think they'd be okay with this? How I'm being raised. Helga was quiet for a moment. I think your mother would have questions, she said, honestly. She was thorough. She'd want to understand exactly what we're doing and why. And my father? Your father, Helga said, would have found out that Godric was teaching you hand-to-hand combat and immediately asked to watch. Harry smiled. It was a full smile, a rare one. He had a more common expression that was warm and engaged but contained, and then this one, which was different, which was James Potter's smile without being anyone's copy. Do you ever think about telling Dumbledore, he said. About the training? All of it. Why would we do that? I don't know. He seems like he thinks he needs to know things. He does think that, Helga agreed. He comes to the door occasionally. Godric usually handles it. What does Godric tell him? That you're well, and educated, and not available. She paused. He asked once if he could send you a letter. Harry looked up. Did you tell him yes? Salazar said no. Rowena said it was worth considering as a study in intent. Analyzing what Dumbledore chose to communicate would tell us a great deal about what he wanted. She turned her cup. Godric said we should wait and let you decide when you were old enough. Harry considered this. I'll write to him when I'm ready, he said. Not before. That seems right, Helga said. What does he want? He wants to prepare you for something. I know. Harry looked at his tea. He knew about Voldemort, had known for years, in the way of someone who has been given information carefully and allowed to process it at their own pace. He knew about the prophecy. He knew about the scar. He knew that there was a part of the magical world waiting for him, watching for him, anticipating a role that someone else had written. He had been thinking about this for several years, in his organized interior library, in the space between fire practice and Parseltongue conjugations and Rowena's history lessons. He wants to prepare me, Harry said, and then use me. Helga didn't deny it. I don't mind being prepared, Harry said. I mind being used. He picked up his cup. But that's later. That's when I'm 11 and I actually go in front of them all. 9 months, Helga said. 9 months, Harry agreed. He looked around her kitchen, the herbs in the window, the warm walls, the table he'd sat at for 10 years in the incremental ways of childhood, getting taller by degrees, the chair that had once had a cushion on it for him to reach the table height and now just fit him directly. I don't want to leave, he said, and it was simple and true, not complaint. I know I have to. I know the school, the students, I know there are things I can only learn with people my own age. Rowena says. Rowena is right. She usually is. A small pause. I'll come back. Here. After. Won't I? Every holiday, Helga said. Every weekend, if you want. The tower isn't going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. She put her hand over his on the table. Harry, she said, with a firmness that had the quality of a thing that was always going to be true regardless of what happened around it. We are not going anywhere. He turned his hand over and held hers. Outside, the grounds were dark, and the lake was still, and the castle breathed around them with its deep patient breath, and somewhere in the tower above them Godric and Salazar were arguing about something, some specific training methodology that they had been approaching from opposite sides since the beginning of the year, and Rowena was reading in her glass-ceilinged room with the stars visible through it, and everything was the way it had been for 10 years. And then in 9 months it wouldn't be, and that was fine, Harry thought. That was good. But tonight it was still this. Can we do the earth exercises, he said. Before bed. The ones with the roots. It's late. I know. Helga looked at him for a moment. Then she stood up and held out her hand. Come on, then, she said. They went out into the dark, into the castle gardens where the earth was cold and real and full of the deep unworried life of things growing, and they pressed their hands to the ground, and Helga showed him again, the patience, the depth, the way you could feel the whole network of it if you went quiet enough, and Harry felt it go all the way down all the way to the bedrock, all the way to the stone where the compact had been written. "The stone remembers," the 12th line said. Harry Potter pressed his hands into the earth of Hogwarts and felt the castle remember him, and felt himself remember it back. 9 months. He'd be ready. Chapter 3, The boy who arrived. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 in the morning, and Harry Potter was the last one through the barrier. Not because he was late. He was precisely on time, which was a Rowena habit that had settled into him so completely he now found lateness genuinely baffling as a concept. He was last because he had stood on the Muggle side of the barrier for about 90 seconds, watching the families pushing through with their trolleys and their owls and their nervous first years, and he had wanted one moment, just one, to take the measure of it before he stepped into it. He had one trunk. It was not overfull. Everything he needed was either in it or in his head, and the things in his head took up considerably more space. He pressed through the barrier. Platform 9 3/4 hit him with noise and steam and the smell of coal smoke, and he stood in the middle of it and looked at the scarlet engine and the crowds of students and the parents saying goodbye with the particular controlled desperation of people who are about to let their children go somewhere they cannot follow, and he thought, "This is where I come from. Not the tower. Not entirely. This too, this loud, imperfect, passionate, terrified world." He found a compartment. He put his trunk up. He sat down. He looked out the window as the platform began to move away and did not feel sad exactly, just spacious, in the way of someone stepping from a familiar room into open air. The compartment door slid open 20 minutes outside London and a red-haired boy looked in with an expression of determined casualness and said, "Can I sit here? Everywhere else is, there are people doing spells everywhere else and my rat keeps trying to, can I sit here?" "Yes," Harry said. The boy came in, shoved a cage with a deeply unimpressed rat onto the overhead rack, and dropped into the seat across from Harry with the deflating relief of someone who has been managing a situation. He was tall for his age, slightly gangly, with freckles and an open face that looked like it had been designed primarily to express things rather than conceal them. He stuck out his hand. "Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's expression did an interesting thing. Not the gaping awe Harry had been vaguely bracing for, but something more complex, recognition, and then a rapid recalibration, like someone mentally revising a story they thought they knew. "Right," he said. Yeah. I've heard about you. My mum said," he stopped. "Actually, loads of people say loads of things, don't they, so I'll just, right." "Hi." "Hi," Harry said. They looked at each other for a moment. Then Ron said, "Can I see your scar?" "No," Harry said, pleasantly. "Fair enough," Ron said, with genuine equanimity. He leaned back in his seat. "Do you want to play Exploding Snap? I've got a pack somewhere." Harry had played Exploding Snap with Godric, who cheated, so he had a fairly realistic assessment of his own skill level. "Sure," he said. Ron cheated too, but less brazenly than Godric, and Harry found him easy to be around in the way that some people are easy, no hidden agenda, no performance, just someone who was exactly what they appeared to be, which was rarer than it ought to be. They were 40 minutes into a third game when Hermione Granger appeared in the doorway and said, with the particular authority of someone who has done their homework, "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one." "No toad," Ron said. She looked at Harry. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "People keep saying that," Harry said. "I've read about you." "Well, about what happened to you." There's not much in the history books because so little is actually documented, but the chapter in A History of Magic covering you-know-who's defeat mentions Voldemort, Harry said. She blinked. "You said you-know-who. His name was Voldemort. He's gone, has been for 10 years. I find the euphemism a bit exhausting." She stared at him for a moment. Then something in her face shifted, and she sat down next to Ron, apparently the toad search was temporarily suspended, and said, "You're right, actually. The linguistic avoidance is an interesting cultural symptom of collective trauma, isn't it? The substitution of a title for a name to avoid cognitive association, Hermione Granger, Harry said. She stopped. How did you know my name? I didn't. I guessed from the prefects list for our year, which I read before we left, because Rowena insists on reading everything available before entering a new environment, and you're the only one who fits. He paused. You've read everything too. You're doing what I do, which is assess the situation by establishing known information. You said you'd read about me, which means you prepared, which means you're someone who prepares for things. She looked at him for a second. Then she said, you were raised by Rowena Ravenclaw. And 3 others, yes. What was that like, she said, and it came out with a quality of pure, undisguised longing that was so genuine it was almost funny. Ron made a sound into his exploding snap cards that might have been a laugh. Harry considered. Educational, he said, and let a small amount of the humor show. She laughed. It changed her face entirely. She stayed for the rest of the journey. The boats across the lake at night were someone's very good idea, Harry thought. You could see the castle from them, and the castle at night, coming toward you across black water with its towers lit and its windows golden, was the kind of sight that bypassed the intellect entirely and went straight to something older. He knew the castle. He'd lived in it for 10 years. And it still hit him, seeing it from outside and below, from the water, coming toward it in the dark. He could feel the foundations. Not metaphorically, the ether was always present in him, a kind of low-level awareness of the magical structures around him, and the castle's foundations were loud, humming with ancient compact magic, with 10 years of his own presence woven into the stone. The castle recognized him the way a person recognizes a face they love, without needing to think about it. He stepped out of the boat onto the bank and Hagrid was there, enormous and warmly overwhelming, calling students this way, and Harry thought, Hagrid was the one who found me. He knew this. He'd been told. Hagrid had come to Godric's Hollow the night of October 31st, 1981, on Dumbledore's orders, and found the house demolished and the child alive and held Harry for exactly 45 minutes in the rubble before Sirius Black arrived on a flying motorbike and, the story got complicated from there, in the way the Founder's stories about that night always got complicated, which meant there was more there that hadn't been said yet. He looked at Hagrid. Hagrid was looking at the students with affection so wide and uncomplicated it was almost structural, like a building material. He looked at Harry and stopped. Blimey, Hagrid said, very quietly. You look just like, he stopped. Something moved across his face, the specific grief of someone who has held a child that night and has been holding the weight of it ever since. You're all right, then, he said, which was not a question. Yes, Harry said. Thank you. For finding me. Hagrid blinked. Several times, rapidly. He made a sound that was definitively not crying, in the way that sounds definitively are crying. Harry moved on, because some moments didn't need to be extended. The Great Hall was exactly as it had been when the Founders walked through it at 1 a.m. 10 years ago, except full of people, which changed it entirely. Harry walked in with the other first-years and looked at the enchanted ceiling, tonight clear, stars beginning to show through the last of the evening light, and felt the 1,000-year-old room know him, felt it in the floor through the soles of his shoes. He also felt, from somewhere above him and to the left, the specific quality of 4 presences he knew better than his own reflection. He looked up at the gallery that ran above the house tables, accessible from the staff side, generally empty. The Founders were not physically visible. They were there, though. He could feel them. Rowena's precise attention like a focused beam. Helga's warmth, even from a distance, reliable as south-facing stone. Godric, buzzing with the contained energy of someone told explicitly to stay calm who is finding this instruction increasingly theoretical. And Salazar, still and watchful, a current of something running under his stillness that might have been anticipation. We're here, the feeling said, without words. He turned back to the hall and waited for his name. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front and sang its song, and Harry listened with genuine interest because the hat was, as Rowena had told him, one of the most sophisticated pieces of cognitive magic in the documented history of the art, and its annual revision of its own song was either a remarkable display of creative intelligence or something very close to it. Names were called alphabetically. Harry watched the other students go up, watched the hat take its time with some of them, watched the instant sortings with others, watched the house tables respond with the particular competitive enthusiasm of people who are always, to some degree, playing for the same team while being very committed to the performance of opposing sides. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet in a way that halls don't usually go quiet. Not the polite settling down quiet of each name being called. A different quiet. A paying attention quiet. He walked up to the stool. He sat down. He picked up the hat and put it on his own head because Godric had told him, years ago, that the hat respected directness, and then the hat was on his head and its voice was in his mind, and it was, delighted. There was no other word for it. Well, said the hat, and it sounded like someone opening a present they'd been told nothing about. Well, well, well. I haven't had one like this in, a pause. Ever, actually. I haven't had one like this ever. That seems like an overstatement, Harry thought back, conversationally. You have active elemental resonance across all 5 elements, the hat said. Do you know how many people in recorded history have had that? 1, Harry said. Apparently. And you're not nervous. Should I be? Most people are. Most people haven't been told what you're doing before they sit down. The hat laughed. It was a strange feeling, laughter inside your head from a hat. Your intelligence is Ravenclaw, it said. Your loyalty is Hufflepuff. Your fire and your physicality are Gryffindor. And your strategy, the part of you that watches and waits and picks exactly the right moment, that's Slytherin. Yes, Harry said, because this was not news. Where do you want to go? He thought about this. Not because he didn't know but because he wanted to be honest with the hat, which was giving him the courtesy of a real question. Where my father was, he said. That matters. And it fits better than the others, overall. But I think the honest answer is that I belong to all 4. You do, the hat agreed. You were built by all 4. A pause. Though it's not as if the houses are as rigid as they've become. That wasn't the original design, they know that better than anyone. Yes, Harry said. All right, the hat said. And then, with evident pleasure, it called out, loudly enough for the entire hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Somewhere above and to his left, Harry felt something that was unmistakably Godric, a burst of completely undisguised satisfaction that he had clearly been attempting to contain for some time and had now abandoned any pretense of managing. Harry took off the hat and handed it back to Professor McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression he couldn't yet read, assessment and something else. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down, and the students around him were immediately enthusiastic and overwhelming in the way first-year Gryffindors were when given any reason to celebrate. He shook hands with people. He caught Ron's eye across the table. Ron had been sorted Gryffindor 3 names before him, and Ron gave him the grin of someone who has been placed somewhere they fit and knows it. At the other end of the first years sat Hermione Granger, sorted Gryffindor, looking around the table with bright, cataloging eyes. Then the food appeared. Harry ate, and let the hall happen around him, and looked at the high table. Dumbledore sat at the center of it, as he should, and he was watching Harry with the specific quality of attention that Harry had felt at the door of the tower for 10 years without meeting the face behind it. He was exactly as described, old, bearded, half-moon glasses, eyes that were doing the thing described eyes did, brilliant and warm and looking at Harry with an expression that contained several things Harry wasn't meant to see yet, including relief and grief and something that was not quite guilt but was its cousin. Harry met his eyes. Dumbledore held his gaze for a moment. Then, very slightly, he inclined his head. An acknowledgement. I see you. Harry inclined his in return. I see you too. Then he turned back to his food, because the lamb was very good and he was not going to let anyone, regardless of their intelligence or their history, ruin his appetite. The next morning was potions. Severus Snape swept into the dungeon classroom with the entrance style of someone who has been told that dramatics are beneath him and has decided, on reflection, that this advice does not apply to him specifically. He was tall and dark and pale in a way that suggested sunlight was an acquaintance rather than a regular companion, and his voice, when he took the register, had the particular quality of a sharpened thing. He stopped at Harry's name. Not obviously. Just a fraction of a second longer than the others. Then he said, "Potter," in a voice that had something old and complicated in it. "Here," Harry said. Snape looked at him. Harry looked back. Snape moved on. Harry had been briefed on Snape by Rowena, who had assembled what she knew about him with her usual thoroughness, his history, his loyalties, his demonstrated competence, which was genuinely impressive and perhaps the thing Rowena respected most, his involvement with the First War, his service as a spy, the layers of debt and damage and reconstruction that made up a person who had chosen, at some significant personal cost, to be better than he'd been. He was not an enemy. He was not a friend. He was a complicated man who had known Harry's mother and had never resolved what that meant, and who was going to have some adjustments to make when it came to Harry specifically, because Harry suspected, correctly, as it turned out, that Snape had a prepared script for him that involved condescension and the performance of superiority, and that script was not going to survive contact with the actual Harry Potter. "Potter," Snape said, about 15 minutes into a lecture on the philosophy of potion-making. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class tensed. The question had the quality of a trap. Harry looked at him. "The base for draught of living death," he said. Though base is imprecise, the actual preparation requires asphodel from a plant that hasn't flowered, and the wormwood infusion needs to be at 37 degrees exactly or the alkaline balance shifts and you get a sleeping draught instead of a death simulation compound. The distinction matters clinically. A beat. An asphodel, Harry continued, not because he was showing off but because the question had a second layer and he wanted Snape to know he'd seen it, is associated in Victorian flower language with grief for the dead. As is wormwood, which in medieval herbalism was said to grow on the paths of the dead. So the name is an elegy, not just a descriptor. He paused. "I imagine you know that." Snape looked at him for a long moment. The class was very still. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, and moved on, and his expression gave away nothing whatsoever, which was a kind of answer in itself. After class, as students filed out, Snape said, without looking up from the papers on his desk, "Stay a moment, Potter." Harry stayed. Snape waited until the classroom was empty. Then he looked up. "Who taught you potions theory?" "I'm self-taught up to approximately NEWT level," Harry said. "With guidance. The elegy reading I found in a folklore text, it's not mainstream potion theory." "No," Snape said. "It is not." He paused. "Your mother had that habit of finding the connections that weren't in the standard texts." Harry didn't say anything. He let the space be. Snape looked at him with those careful eyes. "You are not what I expected," he said, finally. "I know," Harry said. "I don't think that's necessarily a problem." He left. In the corridor outside, Ron was waiting with his arms folded and a slightly odd expression. "What did he keep you for? Was it bad?" "He hates Gryffindors, he doesn't hate us," Harry said. "He's just complicated. Come on, we're going to be late for Transfiguration." "McGonagall," Ron said, falling into step beside him, "is also terrifying." "She's excellent," Harry said. "I've read her paper on human transfiguration, it's brilliant." "She has a paper." 3. The one on human transfiguration, one on the ethical dimensions of animagus registration, and a theoretical piece on the intersection of transfiguration and elemental magic that she submitted to, Harry, Ron said. "Yes. You're doing the thing. What thing? The thing where you know everything about a person before you've spoken to them. Harry considered this. That's just preparation. It's unsettling is what it is. Ron said it with complete affection. Come on. McGonagall, as it turned out, was precisely as excellent as her papers suggested, which was very. She swept into the classroom, put a cat on the table, turned it into a desk in a single fluid movement, and said, Transfiguration is the most complex magic you will learn at this school. It is also the most demanding. If any of you are expecting the same latitude that the defense classroom offers with its various creative disasters, I suggest you readjust immediately. Her eyes moved across the room and landed on Harry with the specific quality of someone who has done their own homework. Mr. Potter. Professor, Harry said. You've read my published work. It was not a question. Yes, Harry said. Your assessment. The class went very still again, but differently from Snape's class, not with wariness but with the specific interest of an audience that has realized they're watching something real. The Human Transfiguration paper is the best thing written on the subject in the last 40 years, Harry said. The ethical animagus piece is thorough and mostly convincing, though I disagree with your third section conclusion about the registration age requirement. You argue for 16, but the physiological evidence suggests the animagus transformation is significantly safer below puberty, which supports a lower threshold. McGonagall's eyebrow, already elevated, went slightly higher. You disagree with my published conclusion. Respectfully. On what grounds, specifically? He told her. He had the sources memorized. He gave them in order. The silence that followed was of a different quality than the Snape silence. It was the silence of a woman recalibrating. You may be correct, she said, which was clearly not a phrase she produced lightly. We will discuss it further at a more appropriate time. She straightened up. For now, everyone take out their textbooks. We will begin with matchstick-to-needle transformations. Harry had the matchstick turned into a needle before she finished the sentence. She looked at it. She looked at him. She wrote something in her register. He suspected, correctly, that it said speak to Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not call him to the office immediately. He waited 3 days, which Harry recognized as a choice, giving Harry time to settle, or giving himself time to prepare, or both. The summons came via McGonagall on a Thursday evening. A note, brief and warm in tone, come by this evening, if you'd like. The gargoyle password is pear drops, which was framed as an invitation but wasn't really. Harry went. He knocked. He entered. The office was remarkable. He had seen his share of remarkable rooms, living where he'd lived, but the headmaster's office had a particular quality of accumulated significance: the portraits of past headmasters, the silver instruments, the books, and the layered power of the room's long history. And Fawkes, on his perch, who looked at Harry the moment he entered and made a sound that he had only heard once before, which was when something recognized something it had been waiting for. Harry looked at Fawkes. He thought about his wand. Sit down, Harry, Dumbledore said, from behind the desk. Harry sat. He looked at Dumbledore, and Dumbledore looked at him, and for a moment neither of them said anything, and it was interesting. The quality of the silence was not awkward. It was, instead, the silence of two people who each know the other is very intelligent and are both waiting to see who sets the terms. I've been hearing remarkable things, Dumbledore said eventually. 3 days in, I'd expect remarkable is an overstatement. Perhaps. The half-moon glasses. The blue eyes behind them, doing the thing they did. How are you finding it? The lessons are engaging. The students are interesting. The castle feels, Harry thought about the word. Like home. Something moved in Dumbledore's face. That pleases me, he said, and Harry believed it was true. Your teachers, McGonagall is brilliant. Snape is more complicated than his reputation suggests. Flitwick knows more about charms theory than anyone I've encountered. A pause. Quirrell is afraid of something. Dumbledore was still for a moment. Just a moment. What makes you say that? The way he holds himself. Specifically his back, like someone making sure a particular part of them doesn't face the room. And his hands, when I asked a question in defense that required him to demonstrate something. He deferred rather than demonstrate. That's avoidance. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You already know what it is. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You are very perceptive. I'm very well trained, Harry said. Those aren't the same thing, though they produce similar results. How are Godric and the others? Dumbledore asked, and the shift was deliberate, testing, a little, how Harry would respond to the subject. Well, Harry said. They're watching, I think. They can feel the castle from the tower. He looked at Dumbledore directly. Professor, I know you have a plan. I've known about it for several years. I know what the prophecy says, and I know what it implies about my future, and I know that your version of my future involves a specific kind of end that you believe is necessary. The room was very still. I want you to know, Harry said, that I'm not going to pretend I don't know those things. I'm not going to pretend I'm a child who needs information rationed out carefully. And I'm not going to cooperate with a plan I haven't been given the full terms of. He paused. That said, I'm not your enemy. And I don't think you're mine, exactly. I think you're a very intelligent person who made decisions about me before you knew what I was, and who is now in the interesting position of having to revise those decisions. He met Dumbledore's eyes. So I think we should have an honest conversation. About the Horcruxes. About the prophecy. About what you think has to happen. A beat. Whenever you're ready for it. Dumbledore sat back. He looked at Harry for a long time, really looked, with those eyes that had seen a great deal, and somewhere in them something shifted. Not his position. Not yet. But the way he was holding his position changed, the way a chess master's posture changes when they realize the board is not the board they thought they were playing. Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. Where did you, Salazar? He was Slytherin's heir academically, and the theory of soul-splitting was documented in sources the Ministry's restricted section has held for 5 centuries. He made me read them at 8. Harry paused. He said, know what you might face. He was right. Dumbledore was quiet. I don't want to have this conversation tonight, Harry said. You're not ready, and honestly, I need to find Ron's rat first because something's wrong with it and I think it's been wrong for a while and I don't know what yet. He stood up. But I wanted you to know, I'm not going to be surprised by things you already know. That's the only ground rule I have. He walked to the door. Harry, Dumbledore said. He stopped. Your mother, Dumbledore said, and his voice had something in it that was very old and very honest, stripped of the usual layering. She would have been extraordinary. You are very like her. Harry looked back. Something moved in him, not grief, exactly, not at this distance, but something that was the shape of grief, the silhouette of it. I know, he said. Helga told me. He left. In the gallery of the great hall, invisible to everyone, Rowena Ravenclaw stood and watched him go and thought, with the precise satisfaction of someone whose work has turned out correctly, yes. Exactly. The night before Halloween, Harry woke at 3 in the morning and lay in the dark of his dormitory and listened to the sleeping sounds of 4 other boys and thought about his parents. Not sadly. Just, thoughtfully. The way you think about things that are true and can't be changed and have shaped you anyway. His father at the foot of the stairs. His mother putting herself between him and the door. The golden snitches on the mobile. The cold October rubble and the baby asleep in it. He put one hand flat on the stone floor beside his bed, the way Helga had shown him, and felt the castle underneath him, the whole breathing depth of it, and far below, in the foundation stone, the compact's inscription dark now and quiet, its work done. The stone remembers. I know, Harry said, very quietly, to the dark. He lay back and looked at the ceiling and thought, 10 years ago tonight, everything ended for them so something could begin for me. That was the transaction, ugly and unasked for. He had not chosen it and he could not undo it, and there was no version of being Harry Potter that came without it. But then there was the morning after. There was Helga in the dark with the candle in the window. There was Godric's terrible tea. There was Salazar, who had not sealed the door well enough, reading to a child who grabbed the pages. There was Rowena, setting a 7th-level text in front of a 2-year-old and trusting him to want it. That was also the transaction, he thought. They lost everything so I could have everything. And now I'm here. Above his bed, the dormitory ceiling showed the underside of the castle, the same stone that was everywhere, the same stone that ran from the tower to the foundation. The same stone. He fell asleep. In the morning, he was first down to breakfast, and when Ron arrived 10 minutes later, hair vertical with sleep, Harry was already eating toast and reading a book on defensive countertransfiguration and looked up and said, "You're Rat." Ron blinked. "What about him?" "Scabbers. I've been thinking about it since before I went to sleep. He's old, right? 12 years. Family heirloom, sort of," Ron said, sitting down and reaching for the toast. "Rats live 3 years on the outside," Harry said. "Maybe 5 under exceptional circumstances. 12 is not rat lifespan territory." He looked at Ron. "Has anyone ever seen Scabbers do magic?" Ron stopped reaching for the toast. Harry looked at him with his clear, direct, entirely unalarmist gaze. "I might be wrong," he said. "But I think we should find out." Ron looked at his rat cage at the end of the table. Scabbers was motionless, small and gray, doing the rat equivalent of being invisible by being very still. "How do we find out?" Ron said. "Carefully," Harry said. "And with Hermione, because she'll have read the relevant literature." Ron turned back to him. "You're 11, he said. "Yes," Harry said. "You're genuinely, you're a bit scary, mate. You're the 3rd person to say that." "Who were the first 2? "Snape and McGonagall." Ron considered this. "Right," he said. "Okay. Yeah. Let's find Hermione." Outside the window, the October sky was gray and clean, and the Hogwarts grounds rolled down to the dark lake, and somewhere in the North Tower, 4 people who had been sleeping for 800 years before this were watching the morning happen, and one of them, the one who had never been quite able to manage her face around things that mattered, was possibly crying a little bit while reading the draft of a letter that began, "Dear Professors," regarding the magical creature concealed among the first-year Gryffindor's pets. The letter was written in Harry's handwriting. He had left it on Rowena's desk the evening before. She read it twice. She noted the precision of the argument, the logical sequencing, the anticipation of counterarguments. "Show off," she said, without any real criticism in it, and started writing the response. Chapter 4, Fire and Philosophy. Gilderoy Lockhart arrived at Hogwarts in September of Harry's 2nd year on a Tuesday, which was already a bad omen as far as Harry was concerned. Tuesdays had a quality of forced optimism about them that he had never trusted. The staff table greeted the new defense against the dark arts professor with the particular diplomatic enthusiasm of people who have been told to be welcoming and are doing their best. Lockhart arrived in robes of such deliberate elegance that they crossed back over into a kind of accidental comedy, and he smiled at the hall with the smile of a man who has spent considerable time practicing smiling at halls. Harry ate his eggs and watched him. Ron, beside him, was already watching with the uncritical admiration of someone who had read all the books over summer and was predisposed toward enthusiasm. Hermione, on Harry's other side, had her chin in one hand and her expression was careful. She was doing what she always did, gathering data before committing to a position. "He's lying," Harry said, quietly. Ron looked at him. "What?" "Not about everything. But the things he's most confident about. Watch his hands when he talks about the specific encounters." His hands get very still. People's hands get very still when they're managing a story. Harry put down his fork. He's a fraud. A very well-presented, commercially successful fraud. Harry, I might be wrong, Harry said. But I'd like to know for certain before I sit through a year of his lessons. How are you going to find out for certain? Hermione said. I'm going to ask him something he should be able to answer, Harry said simply, and reached for his toast. He asked it in the first lesson. Lockhart had set up a classroom that looked like the physical manifestation of his own ego, photographs of himself in various heroic poses on every available surface, a reading list that was entirely his own bibliography, a general atmosphere of confident self-promotion so thick it was almost structural. He swept in, smiled magnificently at the class, and began a quiz. The quiz was entirely about him. His favorite color. His ideal birthday present. The curl pattern of his hair. Harry filled it in. He answered every question correctly because he had, with characteristic thoroughness, read all 7 books before the first lesson, and because knowing a person's self-mythology was its own kind of intelligence, it told you what they needed people to believe. Then Lockhart collected the quizzes and said, with a warmth that was technically indistinguishable from real warmth, now. Let's see how much we've absorbed, shall we? He released a cage of Cornish pixies and the classroom erupted into chaos. Harry sat still. The pixies whirled around him and decided, apparently, that he was not interesting. There was something about absolute physical calm in a chaotic environment that confused things that fed on reaction. He watched Lockhart cast a Pescapixie Pasternomy, which was not a real spell, not in any tradition Harry had studied, and watched it do nothing, and watched Lockhart's magnificent smile flicker for exactly 3/4 of a second before he swept out saying something about leaving them to get a taste for it. After class, Harry waited while the other students filed out. Hermione stayed to help round up the remaining pixies with a freezing charm. Ron stayed because Ron generally stayed wherever Harry was going. Professor Lockhart, Harry said. Lockhart turned from the doorway with his smile redeployed. Harry Potter. Yes, I noticed you in class, remarkable composure, the pixies didn't touch you, they can sense magical confidence, Harry said. It's in Newt Scamander's original field notes, pre-beasts and where to find them. They tend to avoid targets who aren't startled by them. He paused. What was the original spell you cast on the Lethifold in Travels with Trolls? Chapter 6. The Binding Variation. A flicker. Ah, well, it was quite a specialized, the Lethifold binding variation developed by Tiberius Ogden in 1843, Harry said pleasantly. Because Lethifolds are intangible in their resting state, standard binding doesn't work, you'd need to cast it in the half-second window when it solidifies during an attack. The technique requires you to time the spell to within 40 milliseconds of solidification onset. If you'd done it the way you describe in the book, he tilted his head. Can you demonstrate the timing? I'd like to understand the mechanics. The smile was doing something complicated. I imagine, Harry said, that we'll cover it later in the year. He picked up his bag and walked out, and in the corridor Ron grabbed his arm and said, in a low, urgent voice, was that, yes, Harry said. So he's, almost certainly. Blimey. Ron ran a hand through his hair. What are you going to do? Nothing yet, Harry said. If I report it to McGonagall she'll want evidence, and right now it's inference. I'll get the evidence. He shifted his bag. Come on, we're going to be late for Transfiguration. Hermione, falling in on his other side, said, there are no documented cases of anyone performing a Lethifold binding with that timing window. It's theoretically possible but never successfully executed in the literature. I know, Harry said. So either he did something that's never been documented before, or he didn't do it, Harry said. Yes. Hermione was quiet for a moment. I feel a bit foolish, she said. I read all his books. They're well written, Harry said. The storytelling is genuinely good. He's not stupid, he's just dishonest. He paused. They're not mutually exclusive. October arrived the way it always arrived, with cold and color and the quality of air that had something in it besides weather, something that went down to the bone. Harry felt it more than most. The anniversary sat in his chest the way anniversaries do when they've had years to root. He was in the library on the evening of October 31st when the writing appeared on the wall. He wasn't in the corridor where it happened. He heard about it third-hand through the collective noise of the castle communicating bad news, that particular institutional murmur that moves through a building full of people faster than formal announcement. He found the corridor with Ron and Hermione, following the crowd that had gathered at a respectful distance from the message written in what appeared to be blood on the stone wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Mrs. Norris hung by her tail from the torch bracket beneath it. Petrified. Harry looked at the message. He looked at Mrs. Norris. He looked at the wall, at the place where the torch bracket met the stone, and thought, the water. The water came from above, there's a puddle, but the pipes are high in the wall here. He thought about the Chamber of Secrets, which was not theoretical to him the way it was to everyone else in the corridor. He knew about the chamber. Salazar had told him about it when he was 9, with the particular honesty of someone unburdening themselves of a thing they'd been carrying for 8 centuries. I built it, Salazar had said, in the flat tone he used when he was saying something he knew was indefensible. A place of study, that was the original purpose. The basilisk was a Parselmouth project, a creature I raised, not merely summoned. And then I left it sealed, and what it became, he had looked at Harry with those grey eyes and said, it became a monument to the worst part of what I believed. But the creature is still there, Harry had said. The creature is still there. She is, a pause. She is old. Older than she should be, and alone, and I imagine not particularly comfortable with her situation. She, Harry had said, filing that away. I named her Morea. She was remarkable. She still is, probably. Something had moved in Salazar's face. Whatever Tom Riddle has done with her since, whatever a boy found in the chamber and decided to use, he had stopped. I want it undone. I know, Harry had said. I'll handle it. Now, standing in the corridor with the blood writing on the wall, Harry thought, not yet. Not tonight. He needed more information. He needed to know how Riddle was reaching into the present from a 50-year-old memory in a diary, and he needed to know who was carrying the diary. Harry, Ron said quietly, because he had learned to recognize the particular stillness that meant Harry was thinking through something complicated. I'm fine, Harry said. Let's go. The blood on the wall, it's not blood, Harry said. It's a rust-based potion. The formula is in a third-year text on magical pigments and it's too regular in its spread pattern to be applied under pressure. He turned away from the wall. Whoever wrote it had time. They weren't rushed. He looked at the crowd of students, at the frightened faces and the wide eyes. Someone is putting on a show. Which means someone wants people frightened. They went. Behind them, Draco Malfoy, who had arrived in the corridor just in time to hear the last part, looked at Harry's retreating back with an expression that had started the year as dismissive contempt and was currently undergoing a revision process that he found deeply inconvenient. The revision had started in September. Draco Malfoy had arrived at Hogwarts in first year with a set of expectations about Harry Potter that his father had provided, and those expectations had collided with the actual Harry Potter on the Hogwarts Express in a way that had required some processing. He had rehearsed an offer of alliance, the right sort of people, his father's exact phrasing, and Harry had looked at him with those direct, unreadable eyes and said, politely, I appreciate the offer. I'll decide who my friends are based on who they are. Is there anything else? It was not a dismissal, exactly. It wasn't contemptuous. It had the quality of someone who had made a genuine assessment and delivered it without cruelty, and Draco had walked away from the conversation in the odd position of not knowing whether he'd been insulted. He had spent 2 months being subtly aggressive about it in the way of someone who is not sure what response they want but knows they want a response. Harry had not responded. Not because he was avoiding it, Harry Potter did not avoid things, but because he was waiting for Draco to run out of performance and show him something real. This was a Salazar technique: wait. People tell you who they are if you give them enough time and stay uninteresting enough for them to forget they're being watched. On the day Harry sat in defense class and dismantled Lockhart's credibility in 4 questions and then picked up his bag and walked out, Draco had been in the back of the room and he had watched the whole thing and thought, with a clarity that surprised him, that was brilliant. He did not say this out loud. He was not there yet. But the gap between what he'd been told to think about Harry Potter and what Harry Potter actually was had been widening all year, and the blood writing on the corridor wall had opened it further, because Draco knew something about the Chamber of Secrets, had heard enough, in his father's house, in the careful conversations of careful men, and the fact that Harry had looked at it and immediately seen through the performance rather than into the fear told him something. He was not sure yet what it told him. He was 12 and had been handed a set of certainties from birth, and certainties, even bad ones, were structurally important when you've been built around them. He filed it away. Harry found the diary in Myrtle's bathroom in February. Not in the way of an accident, he had been systematically working through the areas of the castle most likely to intersect with chamber access points, based on Salazar's architectural description of where he'd built the entrance, and Myrtle's bathroom was the intersection point. He'd been looking for 3 weeks. He found the diary in the U-bend on a Tuesday, which restored his opinion of Tuesdays slightly. He looked at it. Blank cover, 50 years old, T.M. Riddle stamped in the inside cover. He held it and felt, very faintly, the specific cold quality of something that contained a piece of damaged soul. Like a breath from a cold room. He knew what it was immediately because Salazar had described it to him with clinical precision. Horcruxes have a presence. They pay attention in the way that dead things should not. He turned it over in his hands. Harry. Hermione appeared in the bathroom doorway. She had been covering the entrance. Her eyes went to the diary. That's it. That's it, he said. We should take it to Dumbledore. We will, he said. But I want to understand it first. I want to know what it can do. He paused. There's someone in the castle carrying a piece of this, the piece that can reach through it, talk through it, use it. And the person who's been petrified and the way the castle is reacting, it's from above. Something moving through the pipes. He looked at Hermione. Acromantula don't petrify. The basilisk does. But she hunts by sound in pipes. If she's using the plumbing, she's looking through something that isn't her own eyes. Water. Reflections. The victims weren't looking at her directly, Hermione said, and the intellectual excitement and the fear were both real in her voice. All of them saw her through some kind of medium, a reflection, a ghost, a camera, yes. He put the diary in his bag. I need to talk to her. To the, Harry, the basilisk kills by, she doesn't know me, Harry said. But she knows Salazar's voice, and he gave me his cadences. He specifically taught me the resonance patterns he used with her. He paused. She's been alone in that chamber for 50 years under the control of a memory of a 16-year-old boy who was already one of the worst things the wizarding world ever produced. I'm not afraid of her. I'm angry on her behalf. Hermione stared at him. She had been doing this with increasing frequency since first year, the stare that meant she was recalibrating her model of what was possible for a person. Okay, she said. Then, I'm coming with you. You can't, I can stand behind you and not look at anything directly. I can do that. She straightened up. You are not going into a chamber full of a 1,000-year-old serpent alone because you think it would be impolite for me to witness it. He looked at her. She looked back. Fine, he said. Ron should know where we've gone. Ron is already writing the note, she said, pulling a folded piece of parchment from her pocket. He almost smiled. When did you write that? When you said I want to understand it first in that tone of voice. She headed for the door. I've been your friend for a year and a half, Harry. I know the tone. The chamber was cold. Cold the way old closed-up places are cold, and also cold the way things containing very old magic are cold, a different temperature underneath the physical one. Harry moved through the tunnels with his wand lit and Hermione directly behind him, her hand on his shoulder, her eyes carefully directed at the floor unless there was something he told her to look at. The statues of serpents. The shed skins, massive, crystalline, the size of the passage itself. And then the great door, and Harry pressed his hand to it and spoke in Parseltongue, not the halting, instinctive fragments of a natural but the full, precise, old Parseltongue that Salazar had spent years teaching him, and the door sighed open. The chamber itself was long and dark and columned, with a permanent inch of black water covering the stone floor. At the far end, behind a row of enormous carved serpent pillars, a statue of Salazar Slytherin, younger than the man Harry knew, bearded differently, but unmistakably him, stared forward with the expression of someone who understood that being immortalized in stone meant you were done making choices. Harry waded in. He stopped in the middle of the chamber and stood still. He didn't call out. He let the space settle around him, let his presence register the way a presence registers in a very large, very old room. He stood in the cold water up to his ankles and breathed. Then he spoke. Not a command. Not a summons. He said, in Salazar's oldest Parseltongue, the greeting form, the one reserved for creatures of long acquaintance, the one that contained, grammatically, a memory of shared history and a request for recognition. I carry the voice of your first keeper. I am not him. But I carry what he taught me to carry, and I came to find you. The chamber was still. Then, from the dark behind the columns, something moved. Enormous. The sound of water displaced by something vast. A presence assembling itself out of darkness the way the ocean assembles itself, not appearing, exactly, but revealing. The basilisk came forward until her head was level with the floor in front of him, and even in the dark she was immense, a body the size of an oak's trunk, scales the green-black of deep water, and the eyes closed, lids sealed, navigating by sound and heat and the particular frequency of Parseltongue the way she'd always navigated, since Salazar first taught her. Voice that carries his pattern, she said. The basilisk's Parseltongue was old, older than Salazar's, older than his teaching, the original tongue underneath the derived one, the way Proto-Latin underlies French. Harry could follow it. He'd been prepared to follow it. But not him. Not him, Harry agreed. He is sorry. A pause. The enormous head moved, very slightly. Sorry. He has told me about you. He has told me about what became of you. He did not want that. The boy voice, she said. The cold boy voice from the diary. He commanded me with the old words, but the old words in a wrong mouth feel wrong. Yes, Harry said. I know. I am going to end that. He paused. I want you free. The chamber can be yours, or you can have the lake. There are caves under the north bank where the water is deep enough. But the diary, and what comes through it, that ends. She was still for a long time. Harry stood in the cold water and waited. He taught you patience, she said. Yes. He did not have it himself. No, Harry agreed. He's improving. If a basilisk could have expressed something like a laugh, the sound she made was close. The diary is in the north column. The cold voice girl carries it but has put it down. She does not trust it. Good girl, Harry thought about Ginny Weasley, who had been withdrawing for weeks, who was increasingly frightened of the thing she'd written in, who had shown, in her instinct to put it down, better judgment than many adults would have managed. Morea, he said. She raised her head at the name. Her whole body shifted, the thousands of pounds of her, rearranging with something like shock at hearing it. That was his name for you, Harry said. He wanted me to use it. She was still for a long moment. When she spoke again, her Parseltongue was different, less formal, something underneath the grammar that was simply feeling. Tell him, she said, that she remembers the water singing. When the lake was new and the castle was building and he came down to the shore each morning and sang the old notes. Tell him she has been singing them to herself. Harry, Hermione said, very quietly, from behind him. What is she saying? She's giving me a message, he said. In English, she's been okay. In every way that matters, she's been okay. He reached into his bag and took out the diary. It was cold against his hand. Paying attention. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul inside it was aware, it had been aware since Harry found it, probing at the edges of the space, looking for an ingress. Young Riddle, brilliant and monstrous, reaching forward through 50 years of paper and ink. Harry held it in both hands and called the ether. He didn't make a production of it. It came the way it always came when he called it with intent, not fire, not wind, not water or earth, but the fifth thing, the one that ran underneath and through all of them, the thing that had reflected a killing curse off a 15-month-old child because it was the element of spirit, and something about that baby's existence in that moment had been, in some impossible cosmological sense, valid. The ether came up through his hands and into the diary, and the Horcrux inside it made a sound, not with voice, not physically, but in the same register that the presence had been operating on, a sound like something resisting dissolution, and then it came apart. The diary was just paper. He set it down in the water. Morea lowered her head to the floor and was still. It's done, he told her. Yes, she said. I felt it. A pause. The cold-voiced child is sleeping in the north corridor. She put the diary down and slept. She has been very tired. I'll find her, Harry said. He looked up at the statue of Salazar Slytherin at the far end of the chamber, at the stone face, younger than he knew it, with all its architecture of certainty that had led to a chamber and a basilisk and 50 years of a creature named Morea singing to herself in the dark. I'll tell him, he said, in English this time. About the water singing. I'll tell him. He took Hermione by the shoulder and they went to find Ginny. They found Ginny Weasley asleep against the north column, pale and cold but breathing. The diary had been draining her since September, a slow extraction of energy and will that had been proceeding under Riddle's careful management. Harry crouched beside her and checked her pulse and her color and said, she needs the hospital wing, and Hermione was already casting a warming charm. Ginny woke up while they were doing this and looked at Harry with enormous eyes and said, is it over? Yes, Harry said. The diary, gone. She looked around the chamber with the look of someone who has been somewhere they don't remember going and is trying to reconstruct the path. Then she looked at Harry. How did you get in here without, I speak Parseltongue, he said. It's not a dark art. It's a language. He helped her up. Can you walk? She found out that she could. Going back through the tunnels was easier than going in, because now Harry knew the route and the chamber had cooperated. The tunnel walls seemed to have relaxed, the passages slightly wider, the air less compressed. He walked in front with his wand lit and Hermione and Ginny behind him, and halfway back through the tunnels Ginny said, in a small voice, I thought there was something wrong with me. That I wanted to talk to it. There was nothing wrong with you, Harry said. There was something wrong with it. It was designed to be compelling. That's what Riddle did, he made it easy to talk to, easy to trust. A beat. Being fooled by a very sophisticated trap doesn't reflect your judgment. It reflects how much work he put into the trap. She was quiet. You put it down, though, he said. In the end. You knew something was wrong and you stopped talking to it. That was you. She didn't say anything, but some of the pallor in her face shifted to something slightly warmer. They came out through the pipes into Myrtle's bathroom, and Myrtle looked at them from above the sink with her usual expression of aggrieved complaint until she saw Ginny's state, at which point something actually human moved in her translucent face. She needs the hospital wing, Myrtle said. Don't just stand there. Agreed, Harry said. They went. The meeting with Dumbledore afterwards was different from the first one. He came to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was making emphatic sounds about rest and nutrition, and he sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, Harry was there because Hermione had insisted, on the grounds that wading through chamber water and dismantling a Horcrux deserved at least a cursory medical assessment, and he looked at Harry with an expression that was working very hard at being merely attentive. "You destroyed the Horcrux," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "With ether?" "Yes." I have been theorizing about Horcruxes for many years," Dumbledore said, slowly. "I knew that conventional magic could destroy the vessel but not the fragment. The fragment required something that operates on the soul's own level," Harry said. "Not power. Kind. Ether is spirit element. It can reach what other magic can't." He looked at Dumbledore. "There are 6 others." Dumbledore was very still. "I want to know where they are," Harry said. "All of them. What you've found, what you've theorized. I'm telling you I can destroy them, I've just done it once, and the theory is sound, and we should move quickly while Voldemort is still rebuilding." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "This is the honest conversation I told you we'd have. I'm ready for it." "Harry, the Nagini question is complicated," Harry said. "She's a living creature. I won't destroy her unnecessarily. There may be a way to extract the fragment without killing the snake." He paused. "I'd want Salazar's input on that. He has more experience with serpent-soul interaction than anyone." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Outside the hospital wing windows, the grounds were February gray, and the lake was dark, and the castle was breathing its deep, slow breath. "You are," Dumbledore said, "not what I planned for." "I know," Harry said. "Is that a problem?" A pause. Something in the old man's face moved, something that was perhaps the first genuinely unguarded thing Harry had seen there, without calculation, without the layered warmth that served as both expression and armor. Just a man, very old, looking at a 12-year-old boy who had dismantled his most fundamental assumptions about how this story was going to go. "No," Dumbledore said, and meant it. "No. I think it may be precisely what was needed." "Good," Harry said. "Then let's get to work." That evening Harry went back to the tower. He went because he needed to, not because anything required it. The tower was always accessible from the castle, connected through a passage that responded to him specifically. He went through it and up the stairs and into Salazar's rooms, which were candlelit and lake-facing as always, and Salazar was in his chair with a book and a cup of tea, and he looked up when Harry came in. Harry sat down across from him without being invited, which Salazar had long since stopped objecting to. "The diary," Salazar said. It was not a question. He had felt it, Harry was certain of this, because the connections the founders had to the castle's magic included a general awareness of significant events within it, and the destruction of a Horcrux in the chamber would have registered like a struck bell. "Gone," Harry said. Salazar nodded. "Moreya is well," Harry said. "I spoke to her." A pause. "She told me to tell you about the water singing. The mornings when the lake was new. She said she's been singing them to herself." Something happened to Salazar's face that he could not prevent and did not try to. It lasted only a moment, a crack in the precision, a thing that had been sealed for 800 years briefly becoming visible. He looked at the window, at the dark green water beyond it. "She remembers," he said. "She remembers," Harry said. They sat in silence for a while. The candles burned steadily. Outside, the lake moved with its slow, deep currents, and somewhere far below in the cold dark, a creature the size of a house curled in her chamber and sang the old notes to herself, and didn't know yet that the person she was singing for could hear her. "Salazar," Harry said. The diary was riddles. He was your heir, technically, by bloodline. You felt that. Yes. Do you want to talk about it? A long pause. No, Salazar said. Then, after a moment, perhaps later. Whenever you're ready, Harry said. Salazar looked at him over his book. His gray eyes were very clear in the candlelight. You handled the chamber extremely well, he said. I had a good teacher. You had 4 excellent teachers, Salazar said, with the precise emphasis of someone correcting an understatement. Harry smiled. It was the full one. Yes, he said. I did. He stayed until well after midnight, reading from Salazar's shelf while Salazar read from his own, the two of them in their respective chairs with the lake light moving slowly over the walls, and the castle breathing around them, and the year, for all its complications, settling into something like resolution. Outside, in the grounds, the Whomping Willow was having a perfectly ordinary evening of enthusiastic structural violence against any passing creature, which meant that everything at Hogwarts was approximately normal, which was not the same as peaceful but was the next best thing. Sirius Black's freedom came in 3rd year with considerably less ceremony than either Dumbledore or Fudge had anticipated. It happened because Harry decided it was time. Not impulsively, he had been building a case since the end of 2nd year, assembling the pieces. Scabbers, who was not a rat, confirmed finally in November of 3rd year when Harry cornered him in an empty classroom with Hermione and Ron and a forced animagus reversal that he'd researched specifically for this purpose. Peter Pettigrew, who was small and grey-faced and immediately tried to run, and Harry pinned him to the wall with a containment charm before he'd taken 2 steps. Don't, Harry said, pleasantly. The charm is keyed to your specific magical signature. There isn't a counter you know that I haven't accounted for. Pettigrew looked at him with his small, wet eyes and said nothing. You're going to come with us to the ministry, Harry said. Ron, I'm sorry about Scabbers. Ron, who had gone very white, said, Is Scabbers, is he okay? The real rat? There is no real rat, Harry said. He bought a rat form that was already present, probably found a recently dead one and used it as a template. Classic animagus deception. He looked at Pettigrew. You're going to tell the ministry that Sirius Black was innocent. That you faked your death. That you were the secret keeper and you gave up the Potter's location. He paused. Or I'm going to tell them myself, with a verified pensive account of this conversation, and they'll have the same outcome with less input from you. Your choice. Pettigrew made a sound that was somewhere between a sob and a laugh. You're 13, he said. Yes, Harry said. Come on. He walked Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic. Not literally, he fled with him, accompanied by McGonagall who had been summoned via Patronus and had arrived at the fireplace in her office within 4 minutes with her expression set to the particular configuration that Harry had learned meant I am not surprised, I am however recalibrating rapidly. She had taken one look at the bound, pale figure of Peter Pettigrew and said, Mr. Potter. Professor. How long have you known? Since 1st year, he said. When I told Ron I thought there was something wrong with his rat. It took until now to confirm it beyond inference. She looked at him for a moment. You waited 2 years. I needed evidence. Inference isn't justice. He paused. I'd appreciate your help at the ministry. Minister Fudge is going to need someone he respects to confirm the situation. McGonagall straightened up. She looked at Pettigrew with an expression that could have stripped paint. Quite, she said. Fudge's face, when they arrived, was the face of a man whose day had taken a turn he was not equipped for. He looked at Pettigrew. He looked at Harry. He looked at McGonagall. He said, This is, alive, Harry said. Yes. Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime this man committed. I would like him released. He paused. Today. Now see here, I can't simply, Minister, Harry said, and his voice had the quality it developed in high-stakes situations, the quality the founders had been cultivating in him for 10 years, which was not volume but something deeper than volume, something in the resonance of it that had to do with elemental air moving through a trained throat. A man is in prison for a crime he didn't commit. You have the man who committed it standing in front of you, bound, confirmed by animagus reversal in front of 3 witnesses including Professor McGonagall. What precisely is the legal obstacle? Fudge opened his mouth. I have 7 journalists' flu addresses, Harry said. I'm happy to contact them simultaneously if the ministry requires external motivation. Fudge closed his mouth. Sirius Black walked out of Azkaban that evening. He was thinner than he should have been, and there were 12 years in his eyes that weren't going to leave quickly, but when Harry came through the ministry entrance hall with McGonagall and Pettigrew in ministry custody, Sirius looked at him and his face did something extraordinary, went through every version of every feeling at once, and then settled on a single expression that Harry recognized because he wore it himself sometimes when he was with the Founders. Found, the expression said. Found. You look like your father, Sirius said. His voice was rough. And like Lily. Simultaneously. How do you manage that? Practice, Harry said. Sirius laughed. It was the laugh of someone who hasn't laughed in 12 years and is discovering that the mechanism still works, just about, if you push it. Harry put his hand out. Sirius looked at it for a second and then grabbed it, not as a handshake but as something more fundamental, the grip of a drowning man finding solid ground. I want to tell you about my parents, Harry said. I know things about them. About what they were like. I've been told. Yeah, Sirius said, his voice thick. Yeah, I want that. Good, Harry said. There's someone I want you to meet as well. For someone's. They've been looking after me. Sirius blinked. The Founders, yes. I'd heard, he stopped. Is Godric Gryffindor actually like the portrait in the common room? Louder, Harry said. And the beard is worse. Sirius laughed again, and this time it sounded less like something being forced back to life and more like something that had always been there and just needed room. They walked out of the ministry into the London evening, and the streetlights were coming on, and the city moved around them with the magnificent indifference of a place that doesn't know or care that something important just happened, which is its own kind of normalcy, and Harry thought, one more thing sorted. More ahead. But not tonight. Tonight, he walked Sirius Black into a free evening, and that was enough. Chapter 5, The Triwizard Reckoning. The Goblet of Fire spat Harry's name out on a Thursday evening in October, which was, Harry reflected, peak Thursday behavior. He was sitting at the Gryffindor table when it happened, halfway through a conversation with Hermione about the theoretical limitations of the switching spell, and the folded parchment came out of the goblet's blue flames and drifted down to Professor Dumbledore's hand, and Dumbledore unfolded it and read it, and his face did the thing, that careful, managed stillness, and then he said, into a hall that was already making anticipatory noise, Harry Potter. Silence. Harry looked up from his food. The silence around him had texture, disbelief, jealousy from the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents, confusion from half the student body, something that was not quite suspicion but was its neighbor from several of the teachers. Dumbledore's eyes were on him, doing their assessment. Harry set down his fork. He looked at the goblet. He looked at the parchment in Dumbledore's hand. He felt the quality of the moment, the setup, the production of it, the specific contrivance of his name appearing in a competition for students of 17 and above when he was 14, and what he felt, primarily, was not fear, not confusion, and not the performative reluctance that the situation seemed to call for. He felt annoyed. He stood up. He walked to the front of the hall because the tradition apparently required it, and he stood in front of the goblet with his hands in his pockets and looked at Dumbledore and said, at normal conversational volume in a hall that was otherwise entirely silent, I didn't enter. Harry, I didn't enter, he said again, not loudly, just clearly. I'm 14. I'm under the age line, which I understand is magically enforced. And I have no particular desire to compete in a tournament that has a documented fatality rate. He looked at the goblet, which was still faintly glowing. Someone entered my name. Which is either a very poor joke or a deliberate attempt to put me in danger, and I'd like to know which. The hall was spectacularly still. Dumbledore said, carefully, the binding magical contract of the goblet, is what, exactly? Harry said. Where is the contract I signed? Because a contract I didn't sign isn't binding on me. That's not how contracts work. He paused. I understand the goblet's magic may disagree, and I understand the tournament rules may require a fourth champion. But my participation in something I didn't choose and didn't enter is a matter worth examining, not assuming. From the Durmstrang table, Victor Krum watched this with his arms folded and an expression of careful recalibration. Beside him, his headmaster Karkaroff's face had gone a specific kind of tight that was interesting. At the Beauxbatons table, Fleur Delacour watched Harry with the focused attention of someone who makes very fast and very accurate assessments of other people. Dumbledore said, "Let us discuss this privately." "Of course," Harry said, still at the same conversational volume. "Though I think the hall deserves to know that I did not enter myself. I'm not going to let the assumption of cheating stand unchallenged." He looked at the other three champions, Cedric Diggory, who looked troubled, Krum, who looked thoughtful, Fleur, who gave the faintest inclination of her head that might have been acknowledgement. "Congratulations to the three actual champions," he said. "I'm sorry for the complication." He followed Dumbledore out of the hall. The private discussion, in a side chamber off the entrance hall, involved Dumbledore, McGonagall, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Ludo Bagman, Bartemius Crouch, and Harry. 8 people. Harry stood in the center of them with his hands still in his pockets and listened to them talk about him, around him, and occasionally at him for about 4 minutes before he said, "I'll compete." Everyone stopped. "Not because I think the contract is valid," he said. "Because I'm curious. Because there are apparently unknown forces trying to put me in danger, and the competition gives me a contained environment to identify them. And because," he paused, with the slight shift in expression that meant he was deciding how honest to be. "Because Cedric Diggory is a good person who deserves to win a fair tournament, and if I'm in it, I can at least make sure no one is interfering with the other champions." Crouch cleared his throat. "The magical binding of the goblet will be satisfied by my participation," Harry said. "Yes. I understand." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'd like to speak with you separately after this. Tonight." Dumbledore nodded. Karkaroff made a sound that was almost an objection and then, looking at Harry, apparently decided against it. He went to the tower first. Not to report, the founders had felt the evening's events, he was certain, and waiting to be summoned was not their dynamic. He went because he wanted Rowena's opinion and Salazar's strategic analysis before he sat down with Dumbledore, which was simply how he operated. Godric was in the study with his feet on the table when Harry came in, and he dropped them immediately and straightened up with the expression of someone who was not concerned but wanted it acknowledged that he was capable of being concerned. "I heard," Godric said. "I know you heard," Harry said. "Someone entered your name." "Yes." "Do you know who?" "Not yet." Harry dropped into the chair across from him. "But whoever it was is connected to Voldemort. The timing, the tournament, the third task is a maze, and the cup at the center is probably a portkey, and whoever is running this wants me at a location of their choosing with no witnesses." He looked at Godric. Rowena had already modeled this, hadn't she? 3 weeks ago, Godric said, with some admiration. "She presented us with a 12-point probability diagram and a recommended response strategy." "What was the strategy?" "Compete. Control the information. Identify the agent inside the school." Godric paused. "She also said, and I am quoting directly, Harry will reach the same conclusions independently within 36 hours of his name appearing, at which point the strategy becomes self-executing." "She gives me too much credit sometimes," Harry said. "She gives you exactly the right amount of credit," Rowena said from the doorway, with a book under her arm and the expression she wore when she had been listening to confirm she was being quoted accurately. "The agent is most likely a ministry official or someone traveling with the tournament who has access to the goblet pre-ceremony. The magical signature of a fourth entry would require intimate knowledge of how the goblet processes names." She came in and set the book down. "The most probable candidate, based on the Crouch family's history and Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s current deterioration, which I have been tracking through his public appearances, is his son, Harry said. Rowena looked at him. Bartemius Crouch Jr. Supposedly dead in Azkaban, but the circumstances of his imprisonment were irregular. His mother died shortly after, and there are gaps in the ministry's records for that period that suggest an exchange. He leaned back. He's here. In disguise. Someone is hiding him. He thought about the Mad-Eye Moody who had arrived at the beginning of term, whose defensive capabilities were genuinely impressive but whose patterns of attention were off. He watched Harry differently from how he watched the other students. Waiting, Harry had thought. He's waiting for something. Moody, he said. Or whoever is wearing Moody. Rowena's expression said she had reached this conclusion 4 days ago. Polyjuice, Harry said. He needs to drink it every hour. If I can identify the timing window, already mapped, Rowena said. She pulled a sheet of parchment from her book. His exits from lessons and meals correlate to a 58-minute interval. Consistent. Too consistent for a man with genuine paranoia, who would vary his routine. Harry looked at the parchment. He looked at her. I could have used this 3 days ago. You would have reached it yourself, she said. I wanted you to reach it yourself. That's very pedagogically principled of you. Yes, she said, with the tranquility of someone who is entirely correct. It is. From the study doorway, Salazar said, without looking up from what he was writing, the port key will be keyed to a blood preparation ritual. The resurrection ritual requires blood. His blood specifically. He set down his quill. They won't try to kill you during the tournament. They need you alive and operational until the moment of the ritual. Which means the tournament itself is safe, Harry said. They need me to make it to the end. Relatively safe, Salazar said. Other parties may use the tournament as an opportunity regardless of the primary plan's requirements. Moody has been subtly steering students toward Harry all term, Godric said, and his voice had the quality it developed when he was managing irritation. The Unforgivables lesson, demonstrating them on spiders in front of children, and watching Harry specifically for reaction. He was checking my fear response, Harry said. Seeing whether I'd react to the killing curse with terror or something else. He considered. What did he see? Anger, Godric said, and he said it the way he said things he was proud of. The first task was dragons. Harry found out the night before, from Hagrid, not accidentally. He had gone specifically, because Hagrid was the person most likely to have seen the dragons arrive, and he brought Hermione, and Hagrid's face when he saw them in the pumpkin patch was the face of a man whose secret is not as secret as he thought but who is also fundamentally delighted to see people he likes. You knew, Hermione said, on the walk back. I knew it would be something large and dangerous. The enclosures on the north edge of the grounds have been reinforced all week with impervious charms I'd normally associate with fireproofing. He paused. I wanted confirmation. What are you going to do? I'm going to have a conversation with her before the task, he said. Hermione stopped walking. With the dragon. With my dragon, he said. The Hungarian horntail. The one they'll assign me by draw. He started walking again. She has a clutch of eggs she's been separated from. She's not aggressive by nature, horntails are territorial and protective, not predatory. If I can let her know I'm not a threat to the eggs, Harry, Hermione said, you can't speak dragon. No, he said. But I can speak to her emotional register through elemental fire. The Founder's elemental tradition has a technique, Godric calls it resonance conversation. Fire to fire, the communication of intent without language. He taught me it at 9. He paused. I've never tried it with a dragon but the theory is sound. Hermione stood in the dark for a second. Then she said, I'll research whether there are documented cases of elemental communication with dragonkind. There are 4, Harry said. One in Salazar's original research notes, unpublished, he showed me when I was 11. 2 in the Bulgarian Dragon Keeper archives, which Rowena accessed through correspondence. And one in a Celtic tradition text that suggests fire speakers could commune with horntails specifically, who have the highest elemental fire saturation of any dragon species. Hermione looked at him. "I know," he said. "You've been planning this since you found out it was dragons." "Since I found out it was dragons," he confirmed. Yes." She closed her mouth. Then opened it. "I was going to say impossible, but that's not the right word." She fell back into step beside him. "Remarkable. You're remarkable." "Rowena says that too," he said. "I think she means it differently." "How does she mean it?" "Like a result," he said. "Like I proved a theorem." Hermione laughed, and the night was cold and the castle was warm ahead of them, and Harry thought about the Hungarian horntail in her enclosure, separated from her eggs, frightened and fire-hot and thoroughly alone. Tomorrow, he thought. I'll handle it tomorrow. He stood in the enclosure at dawn, alone, with no wand drawn. The dragon was chained at 4 points, which was practical and also wrong in the way that caging strong things is always wrong, regardless of its practicality. She was massive, black and spiked, with yellow eyes that were nothing like a snake's but had the same fundamental quality of assessing. She looked at Harry with those eyes when he entered and fire kindled in her throat, a low warning pulse of orange light. Harry let the fire go first. Not a flame, not the birthday candle version of a 3-year-old, not even the combat-trained version he'd developed with Godric. This was the thing underneath the fire, the resonance that fire shared with everything that ran hot, the elemental signature that said I am also this thing. I am not your enemy. He let it come up through his hands and his chest and his eyes, and in the morning dark of the enclosure the air around him went warm in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature. The dragon's fire went from orange to blue. Blue was communication. Godric had told him that. Orange was warning, red was attack, blue was I hear you. He took 2 steps forward. She watched him. He told her about the eggs, through the fire resonance, not with words, but with the awareness of them, the specific focused thought of they are safe, they are near, you will return. He told her he wasn't here for them. He told her what was going to happen, the task, the noise, the audience, not as an apology but as information. This is what today is. I need to reach the object near your nest. You will protect your nest. We can do this without either of us being harmed. She breathed. The blue fire pulsed. Yes, the fire said, in the way fire says yes, which is by burning more steadily. He walked back out of the enclosure before the handlers arrived for the morning check and no one ever knew he'd been in there. The task itself lasted 11 minutes. Harry entered the arena to a noise so large it had physical weight, 20,000 people producing sound that hit him like a wave. He walked in without a wand drawn and the crowd, which had been expecting something, a broom summoning, a spell, something with the visual drama appropriate to a task of this scale, went into a confused, anticipatory quiet. The Hungarian horntail lifted her head and looked at him. He walked toward her. The crowd's quiet deepened. Beside the judges' table, Ludo Bagman opened his mouth to commentate and then closed it again because there was nothing yet that fit his usual framework. Harry walked until he was 20 feet from the dragon, and he let the elemental fire go again, openly this time, not concealing it, the warm shimmer of resonance visible in the air around him to anyone who was looking for it. The horntail's eyes tracked it. Her throat pulsed blue. He moved left, toward the nest. She tracked him. She rose on her hindquarters, the chains going taut. He stopped. They looked at each other. He reached sideways, not forward, not toward the nest, sideways, and called earth from the ground, the deep steady patience of Helga's element, the root-deep quality of I am not moving, I am not rushing, I am here, and used it to press down, gently, on the dragon's awareness of him, not as threat but as ground. As something grounded. The horntail settled back. He stepped past her and took the golden egg from the nest in one smooth movement. The crowd erupted so loudly that the sound became incoherent, a wall of noise that was partly shock and partly something else, awe, maybe, or the feeling you get when you see something you can't categorize. Harry walked back out of the arena with the egg under his arm and the horntail watching him leave, and he turned back once and let the resonance go one final time. "Thank you." The fire pulsed blue, just once, and then she was tending her nest again. In the judges' area, 4 wands went up simultaneously. 4 judges. 4 10s. Harry had not been trying to score 10s. He had been trying not to hurt a dragon who was having a bad enough day already. The 10s were fine, though. In the champion's tent afterwards, Crumb was already there. He had a cut above his eyebrow from where his dragon had clipped him, Chinese fireball, which was fast and unpredictable, and he was looking at it without particular distress when Harry came in. He looked at Harry and said, in his deep, accented voice, "You spoke to it." "Fire resonance," Harry said. "Elemental communication. I have read of this." Crumb's expression was the expression of someone who finds a thing professionally interesting. "Only in historical texts. I did not think it was possible currently." "Most things that were possible historically are still possible," Harry said. "They just require specific training." Crumb looked at him with those dark, serious eyes. "You are 14. People keep noting that," Harry said. "It is because it is significant." "I suppose it is." Fleur appeared from the other side of the tent, her silver hair pinned back, her expression the controlled composure of someone who is privately elated and has decided it would be undignified to show it fully. She had retrieved her egg with a water and mist technique, using the Vela fire resistance to her advantage, lulling the common Welsh green with the cooling effect. She had not been especially elegant about it. She had been absolutely effective. "You did not use a broom," she said to Harry. "No. Why not?" "Because a broom made it about agility and positioning and I'd be on the dragon's terms," he said. "From the air, she controls the engagement. From the ground, I control the framing." Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with a directness that Harry appreciated, "You are either very brave or very well prepared." "Those aren't mutually exclusive," Harry said. Cedric came in last, looking shaken but unhurt, and Harry crossed to him immediately. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Cedric said, though Fine was doing some work there. He stopped. Took a breath. That was significantly more intense than the briefing suggested. "They always are," Harry said. "You handled it well." Cedric looked at him with a slight frown, not hostile, genuinely confused. "Why are you being kind to me? We're competing." "I know," Harry said. "So?" Cedric's confusion shifted, gradually, into something like a smile. "Right," he said. "Yeah. Thanks." The egg screamed. Harry discovered this the evening of the first task when he opened it in the tower, and the sound that came out would have dissolved the thinking capacity of anyone who hadn't spent several years training their focus under conditions of elemental distraction. He held it at arm's length and listened through the noise until he heard the structure underneath it, rhythm, repetition, the characteristics of language rather than mere sound. "It's a murmish cry," Rowena said, from behind him. She was in his room. This was not unusual. She occasionally came up to read in the window seat when her own ceiling glass room was too cold, and she maintained she was not supervising him, but Harry had long since accepted that supervision was occasionally indistinguishable from company. She had her book closed on her knee and was listening to the egg screaming with professional attention. Translated, it says, she tilted her head. "Something precious taken. An hour to recover it. Under the water." "The lake," Harry said. He closed the egg. "Quiet. Someone is going to be taken and held at the bottom of the lake. I need to breathe underwater for an hour. Or swim very fast." "Gillyweed," Harry said. "Or a bubblehead charm sustained for 60 minutes while also navigating Merepeople territorial waters, which requires enough ambient focus that a single source charm is a significant liability." He thought. "Gillyweed. Gillyweed requires 38 minutes to obtain if ordered through Madame Pomfrey's stores and 18 minutes if obtained from Professor Sprout's private greenhouse in the lower. You've already obtained it, Harry said. Rowena opened her book. It's in the top drawer of your desk, she said. I also recommend practicing the full bubblehead charm as a backup and entering the lake from the north bank to use the thermal current differential to shave approximately 4 minutes off the search time. Harry looked at the top drawer. Back at her. What would I do without you? Significantly less well, she said, without looking up. He laughed. She didn't join him, but the corner of her mouth moved in its characteristic way, which was how Rowena Ravenclaw laughed, and he had learned long ago to read it. The second task was conducted in February, and Harry reached the hostages in 43 minutes, which was 7 minutes faster than the thermal current differential had suggested, because he had also spent 2 evenings in the lake in January at 3 in the morning communicating with the Mere people through elemental waterwork, Salazar's domain, the deep current communication that moved through cold water the way fire moved through air. The Mere people had, after initial suspicion, been interested. He found the hostages on the lake bed, Ron, Hermione, Fleur's little sister Gabrielle, and Cho Chang for Cedric, hanging in enchanted sleep from the statue in the Mermish village. He checked each of them quickly and then rose to the surface nearby. He met the head merwoman's eyes on the way up and inclined his head. She inclined hers in return, very formally, and he felt through the water the particular resonance of something acknowledged. He surfaced. Pulled Ron and Hermione up after him. Waited. Cedric surfaced 40 feet away and immediately grabbed Cho. Krum surfaced on the far side, slightly delayed. He had transformed, partially, and his shark form had gotten stuck. He had Hermione's likeness, but Harry had taken the real Hermione while Krum was managing his transformation, so the rescue was clear. Fleur had not come up yet. Harry waited. 60 seconds. 90. The crowd on the bank was watching the water and the time markers were ticking and Harry was watching the surface where Fleur should have appeared. He went back down. He found Fleur 20 feet below the surface, held back by Grindylows that had caught her when her water charm partially failed. Harry cleared them with a single focused burst of combined elements, water current to knock them back, a thread of fire to discourage return, freed Fleur, and pulled her and Gabrielle up together. She broke the surface gasping and grabbed her sister. Harry swam to the bank and climbed out, and the judges were conferring, and the scores came in. Cedric and Harry tied for first, with full marks from 3 judges. Krum scored highly. Fleur lost points for not completing the task alone, though Madame Maxime made her objection to this scoring immediately audible. Harry stood on the bank and looked at Fleur, who was holding Gabrielle and looking back at him with an expression that was complicated and genuine and had something in it that most people in the crowd would not have noticed but that Harry, who had grown up learning to read complicated genuine expressions from 4 people who were extremely talented at having them, read clearly. I didn't need saving, the expression said, underneath everything else. I know I did. I didn't need it. The Grindylows were coordinated, he said, walking over to her. They shouldn't have been, Grindylows don't organize. Someone directed them. She looked at him sharply. Towards me specifically. Towards the hostage with the most useful additional target, he said. Gabrielle. If they took Fleur's sister after the time limit, it would disqualify you from completing the task. He paused. Someone in this tournament is more interested in the champion rankings than they're admitting. She considered this with the particular focused intelligence she kept mostly private, underneath the glamour and the composure. Karkaroff, she said. Possibly. Or someone connected to him. He looked at the bank. Krum was across the water, watching them both with an expression Harry filed as also paying attention to Karkaroff. We should talk, Fleur said. The 3 of us. You, me, Krum. Not the 4th champion. A pause. Not Diggory. He is good but he does not know what we know. Tonight, Harry said. After dinner. I know a room. He didn't mean the room of requirement. He meant the fifth tower's ground floor study, which he'd been authorized by all four founders to use for meetings that required a room with extremely robust privacy wards and a fireplace that Rowena had warded against eavesdropping with a technique she had invented in 1043. He told Godric about it that evening and Godric said, "You're forming an alliance with the other champions." "Yes. 12 years old, you figure out Voldemort's Horcruxes. 14, you're negotiating international magical politics." Godric paused. "I was 17 before I brokered my first interhouse agreement and I still maintained it was too early." "The tournament is a vehicle," Harry said. "The vehicle is for something else. The other champions are collateral rather than targets, but collateral gets hurt." He looked at Godric. "I'm not going to let Cedric Diggory get hurt because he doesn't know the full picture." Godric was quiet for a moment. Then he said, in a voice Harry recognized, the one that came out rarely, that wasn't bravado or enthusiasm but the genuine article underneath them, "Your father would have done the same." Harry didn't say anything. "He protected people constantly," Godric said. "Not because it was easy. Because he couldn't stand the alternative." He met Harry's eyes. "You have his instinct for it." "You never met him," Harry said. "No. But I've listened to what people who knew him say about him. And I've been watching you for 14 years. Godric's jaw moved, slightly. "It's enough." Harry looked at the fire in the grate and thought about his father at the foot of the stairs, wand out, facing a door that was going to explode inward. About the 30 seconds that were enough time to matter. "Right," he said. "I'm going to meet with Crumb and Fleur." "Go," Godric said. The third task was in June, the maze, and Harry walked into it knowing exactly what the cup was and exactly where it would take him, and he had decided, 3 weeks before the task, that he was going to let it. This was the decision he'd had to argue the hardest for. Salazar, when Harry laid it out, had looked at him with those grey eyes for a long moment and said, "You want to walk willingly into a resurrection ritual." "I want to finish this," Harry said. "Voldemort is rebuilding. Every month he's more substantial, more capable of independent action. He already has followers operating in the country, we know of at least 9 active Death Eaters. If I wait until he's fully operational and has chosen his own moment, the ritual requires your blood," Salazar said. "Yes. Blood taken for a resurrection ritual of that complexity will be painful," Harry said. "Yes. I've read the methodology. I know what it involves." He met Salazar's eyes. "I can survive painful. It's not only pain I'm concerned about. I know." A pause. "The ritual will strengthen him. My blood in his veins. But it also gives me something, direct access to the connection between us. The scar isn't just a mark. You've always said it was a tether." He looked at Salazar. "If we're sharing blood, the tether becomes two-way. You want to use the ritual connection as a diagnostic pathway," Rowena said. She had been in the doorway for some of this. Harry wasn't surprised. She had a talent for being in doorways at relevant moments that he had long since concluded was not accidental. "The Horcrux in me," Harry said. And the room went very still, because he had not said this out loud before, though all 4 of them had known it. He had been sitting with the knowledge since 3rd year, when Salazar had analyzed the residual magic in his scar and said, very quietly, that there was something there that shouldn't be. Something that had been there since Halloween 1981. A fragment. "The Horcrux in you," Rowena said. She said it the way she said hard truths, clearly, without softening, but not without care. "If Voldemort is fully restored," Harry said, "with my blood, I'll have access to his network of Horcruxes through the tether. I can map them. All of them. In the ritual moment, when the connection is at its most open." He paused. "And then we destroy them. After which," Salazar said carefully, "the fragment in you, we destroy that too," Harry said. "You can do it. You and Rowena together, you've been theorizing the extraction methodology for a year. Ether plus precision legilimency targeting. It's never been done, but the theory is sound but untested, Salazar said sharply. Most things are until they're tested, Harry said. Harry. Helga. She had come in from the hallway, probably drawn by the quality of the silence, and she was looking at him with her particular expression, the one that saw through the architecture of his reasoning to the person underneath it. You are proposing to walk into a trap, allow yourself to be used in a dark ritual, and then return having mapped the full Horcrux network so we can destroy them and then perform an untested extraction procedure on a fragment of a soul that has been embedded in your own for 13 years. Yes, Harry said. And you're not afraid? Not really, he said honestly. I know what it is. I've known for 2 years. Sitting with knowledge and being afraid of it are different things. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she came and sat beside him, close, and she said, "You're allowed to be afraid. That's not weakness, it's sense." "I know," he said. "I'm just, not." He paused. "Is that strange?" "It's very you," she said. "Is that good?" She put her hand over his. "It's extraordinary," she said. "It's also worrying. Both can be true." "I know," he said. "We all go with you," she said. "Not physically, but we're in that castle, and the moment you return, we are there. The instant you come back through, we are there. That's not negotiable." "I know," Harry said, for the third time, and this time it meant something different, not acknowledgement but gratitude, and he let her see it. The maze was dense and dark, and Harry moved through it with the precision of someone who has been trained in navigation, combat, and environmental assessment simultaneously and has had 3 weeks to run contingency planning. He helped Cedric with a Sphinx riddle near the center and cleared a blast-ended script from Crumb's path. Crumb had been impervious briefly and had fired a spell at Fleur before Fleur had dodged and he'd broken free, and Harry had reversed the curse from 20 feet away with a counterhex that made Crumb look up and say, "How did you?" Later, Harry said. "Go left. The cup is northwest." "What are you?" "I know what the cup is," Harry said. "I need you both to take different routes out of the maze. Don't touch the cup. Go left, and then north, and shout if you need me." He arrived at the cup alone. He looked at it. The golden gleam of it in the dark, the faint blue shimmer of the portkey magic, very old and very deliberate. He thought about Moreya in her chamber, singing to herself. About Pettigrew's small wet eyes. About Sirius laughing for the first time in 12 years. About the diary becoming just paper in his hands. He thought about his parents, and the 30 seconds that were enough time to matter. He reached down and took the cup. The graveyard at Little Hangleton was cold, and the sky was moonless, and Peter Pettigrew stumbled forward with a bundle in his arms that Harry had been told to expect but that still, in reality, hit differently than theory. The thing in the bundle was not nothing. It was Voldemort, reduced, diminished, the fragment of a soul holding itself together through sheer terrible will, and it looked at Harry with red eyes that were completely, entirely themselves, and it said, in a voice like something dragged back from a great distance, "Kill the spare." There was no spare. Harry was alone. Pettigrew looked at Harry and then looked at the bundle and then back at Harry with an expression of genuine confusion. "I came alone," Harry said. "The portkey was designed to take 2 people. I chose to come alone." He looked at Pettigrew. "Hello, Peter." Pettigrew made a sound. "You're going to perform the ritual," Harry said, to both of them, to the small red thing in its bundle and to the grey, frightened man who had destroyed 2 families and 12 years of a good man's life. "I'm not going to stop you. You need my blood and I'm giving it to you, which means the ritual will proceed as planned and you'll have what you came here for." He looked at the red eyes directly. "And in return, you're going to be exactly what you are, completely and fully, and I'm going to see everything you've built and everything you've hidden, and then we're going to have the conversation you've been avoiding for 13 years. Voldemort was still. His red eyes moved across Harry with the assessment of something very old and very intelligent, looking for the trap. You are not afraid of me, he said. No, Harry said. You should be. Should and am are different things, Harry said. Ask Peter. Pettigrew made another sound, smaller this time. Do the ritual, Harry said. I'll hold still. The ritual happened. The bone and the blood and the Pettigrew horror of it, and Harry held still the way he'd said he would, because pain was not a reason to abandon a plan, and he had been trained by four of the most formidable people in magical history, and he was not going to flinch in front of Tom Riddle's graveyard in October. He felt the blood drawn from his arm, and he felt the connection open, the tether in his scar going wide, going two-way, flooding with information. He mapped them all. All 6. The locations, the vessels, the specific magical signatures. The diary was already gone. The ring was in a house in Little Hangleton. The locket was in a cave on the coast. The cup was in a vault in Gringotts. The diadem was somewhere in Hogwarts. And the snake, Nagini, was winding through the grass at the edge of the graveyard, drawn by the ritual's completion. And the 7th one. The fragment in himself. He felt it too, now, felt it as a foreign thing, always had, but now with the tether wide open he could feel its exact shape, its exact location, the way it sat in the deepest layer of his scar like a splinter. And over the connection, Salazar and Rowena were there, he could feel them in the castle, feeling the tether, tracking everything he tracked, mapping alongside him. Voldemort rose from the cauldron. He was tall. Terrible in the way that things which have refused death for too long are terrible, wrong in their proportions, carrying in their flesh the mark of everything they'd done to survive. He looked at Harry with those red eyes from his full height now, and he said, "The boy who lived." "Tom," Harry said. The sound his name made in Voldemort's face was extraordinary, not pain, not anger, but something more profound than both. The rage of someone reminded of what they'd fled. "You don't get to call me that," Voldemort said. "You don't get to be afraid of a name," Harry said. "We've established this already, or Dumbledore has, which I know you find annoying." Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra came so fast it was barely a movement, a green streak, no wind-up, no theatrics, the magic of someone who has done this so many times it has become reflexive. Harry twisted left and called air, Rowena's element, wind, fast and directional, the most precise of the elements in short bursts, and the curse went 2 inches past his ear. "Still afraid of standing still?" Harry said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Something moved in them, not just anger. Recalculation. He had expected fear. He had expected the shaking, the desperate improvisation of a 14-year-old in over his head. He was looking at something categorically different, and he was, with the intelligence that was genuinely his, the intelligence that had built Horcruxes and orchestrated a decade of fear, adapting. "You have training," Voldemort said, and his voice had shifted from theatrical menace to something more real. Analytical. Significant training. Not school training. He looked at Harry's eyes. "You have been raised by someone who knew what they were doing." "For someone's," Harry said. "Yes." "Who?" "You'll know eventually," Harry said. "Tonight, I want you to understand one thing." He reached into his pocket and produced, from a shrunken bag, a ring he had collected on the way here. He had stopped at the Gaunt house, which was 400 meters from the graveyard and which Salazar had identified as the ring's location through the tether mapping 3 minutes after the ritual completed. He held the ring up. It had a stone in it, the resurrection stone, and also the crack already running through it from the dark magic of the Horcrux. Voldemort's eyes went to it, and something happened in them that was absolute and total and utterly unguarded. Terror. Clean, pure terror. Harry destroyed the Horcrux with ether. Quick. Clinical. The crack in the stone spread and the stone went dark and the ring was just a ring. He put it in his pocket. "The others are already being handled," he said. "The diary's been gone since I was 12. The locket, the cup, the diadem, tonight, while we've been here, 3 of my," he paused. He'd been going to say teachers. 3 people who love me are taking care of them. He looked at Voldemort. That leaves Nagini. And you. Voldemort was very still. I'm going to leave you here tonight, Harry said. Not because I'm not capable of ending this now, because ending it now wastes what we've built. The connection is open. The Horcruxes are falling. When the last one is gone, you lose the protection you've been buying with everything terrible you've ever done, and then we finish this properly. He looked at him steadily. But I wanted you to know. I wanted you to have tonight to understand that the story you've been telling yourself, the one where you win, where you beat death and become something permanent, that story ends. Not because of prophecy. Not because of fate. He paused. Because people I love decided it does. He called Rowena's element again, wind, directional, focused into a portkey interruption that sent Pettigrew spinning off his feet and the cauldron tipping, and he raised his own wand and summoned a second portkey, one he prepared and confirmed before the maze, and he touched it. The graveyard snapped out of existence. He arrived on the Hogwarts grounds 30 feet from the castle's front doors, and the ether in him told him, even before he looked up, that the tower was lit, that all 4 presences were live and immediate, and that the Horcrux in his scar was quieter. Already quieter. The tether had shown Salazar and Rowena its location precisely, and they had been working since the ritual's first moment, and the fragment was loosening at its edges, like a knot being patiently picked apart. Godric was at the front doors. He didn't say anything. He put one large hand on Harry's shoulder, looked at him, looked at the arm, the blood, the controlled calm of his face, and something in Godric's expression was very old and very fierce and very careful all at once. The others? Harry said. Locket destroyed 20 minutes ago. Cup 40 minutes ago. Diadem, Rowena is finishing it now. He steered Harry inside with the hand on his shoulder. Salazar has been in your head for the last 2 hours. I know. I could feel him working. Harry looked at his hand. The portal cut. He's doing it carefully. He's doing it like the most important thing he's ever done, Godric said, in a voice from which the bravado had been entirely stripped. Which is what it is. They went inside. Helga was at the top of the tower stairs with a healing kit and an expression that was iron on the surface and something underneath that had no name, that was simply the specific feeling of someone who has been terrified for 2 hours and is now looking at the object of that terror and finding it intact. She looked at his arm. She looked at his face. She put down the healing kit and she pulled him in, and he let her, because he was 14 and he'd been in a graveyard and some things did not require the maintenance of composure. I mapped them all, he said, into her shoulder. All of them. I know, she said. Salazar told us. Nagini is still, we know. We'll handle it. I have a plan for, Harry. Her voice was fierce and quiet. Stop planning. Just for a moment. Stop. He stopped. The tower was warm, and Godric was behind him, and somewhere in the building Rowena was finishing the diadem and Salazar was carefully, patiently, precisely picking a 13-year-old splinter out of a scar, and outside the castle the grounds were dark and the lake was still and the magical world, for the first time in a very long time, had a fragment less of Tom Riddle in it. Tomorrow. He'd planned tomorrow. Tonight, he stopped. Chapter 6, The Fifth Element. The fragment came out on a Tuesday. Of course it did. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the floor of Salazar's lower room with his back against the lake-facing wall and his eyes closed, and Salazar was opposite him, 3 feet away, with his fingers pressed to his own temples and the particular quality of stillness that Harry had learned, over 15 years, to recognize as Salazar operating at the absolute limit of his considerable capacity. Rowena sat to Harry's left, her wand drawn, the tip of it resting against the edge of his scar so lightly it was barely contact. They had been doing this for an hour. The fragment had been loosening since the graveyard, since the ritual, since Salazar and Rowena had mapped its exact position through the open tether. But loosening was not gone, and the distance between those two things was, it turned out, the most delicate magical operation any of them had ever attempted. The fragment was 13 years embedded. It had grown into the tissue of Harry's magical core the way a splinter grows into a finger that has carried it too long, not separate anymore, not quite. Removing it without pulling everything else out with it required the kind of precision that made Rowena sit very still and breathe very slowly, which she only did when she was genuinely concerned. Harry could feel it. Had been able to feel it his whole life, in the way you feel a sound you've always lived with, not consciously, just as part of the furniture of existence. A cold current underneath the warm one. A note slightly off-key in music you'd otherwise call your own. He felt it now as Salazar worked at it, felt the patient pressure of those gray-eyed hands in his mind, not intrusive. Salazar was not a gentle person but he was a precise one, and precision in this context produced the same effect as gentleness without requiring the same emotional architecture. He pulled at the fragment the way you pull at a knot. Patient. Incremental. There. And there. And this thread, carefully. Rowena's wand hummed against his scar. Harry breathed. The fragment came loose. It was not dramatic. He had expected something dramatic, some internal explosion, some great tearing sensation. What actually happened was that the cold note in his magical register went quiet, cleanly, like someone lifting a hand from a piano key, and the warmth that rushed in to fill the space was so sudden and total that he made a sound he immediately decided not to think about and opened his eyes. Rowena held the fragment in a containment sphere at the tip of her wand. It was small. Smaller than he'd imagined. A dark irregular shape turning slowly in the blue light of the sphere, the fragment of a soul that had been sleeping inside a scar for 13 years, and it radiated the same cold presence as the diary and the ring and the others had, that quality of paying attention that dead things should not have. She looked at Harry. Her face was the most open he had ever seen it, stripped of all its professional precision, down to something that was just Rowena, just a woman who had loved someone for 15 years and was looking at him on the other side of something very difficult. He looked back at her and then at the fragment, and he called the ether. It came immediately. Easier now than it had ever been, the channel fully clear, no longer sharing space with something foreign, and it came up through him with a warmth that was not fire and not the sun but something older than both, the fundamental warmth of things that are fully what they are without obstruction, and it touched the containment sphere and the fragment made it small, resisting sound, that subregister protest, and then it was gone. Just gone. Rowena released a breath that was the most unguarded sound Harry had ever heard from her. Salazar opened his eyes. He looked at Harry for a long moment, with those precise gray eyes, and then he said, "How does it feel?" Harry thought about this honestly. "Like a window that's been painted shut got opened," he said. Salazar was quiet for a moment. Something moved in his face. "Good," he said. He stood, brushed his robes with his usual automatic precision, and went to make tea, because Salazar responded to high emotional stakes by boiling water and Harry had always found this one of his most endearing qualities. Rowena sat back against the wall beside Harry and looked at the ceiling. He looked at it with her. 6, she said. Diary, ring, locket, cup, diadem, and the fragment in you. Nagini remains. I have a plan for Nagini, Harry said. I know. I read the plan. And? It's good, she said, which from Rowena was the equivalent of a standing ovation. Salazar returned with 3 cups of tea. He gave one to Harry, one to Rowena, kept one, and sat back in his chair. They sat in the warm silence of people who have done something hard together and don't need to process it loudly, and outside the lake window the water was its usual deep green, and from somewhere above them they could hear Godric moving around with the contained energy of someone who has been told to let the professionals work and has been finding this instruction increasingly difficult for the past 60 minutes. He appeared in the doorway a moment later. He looked at Harry. He looked at the tea. He looked at the absence of the cold note that had been in Harry's magical presence for as long as any of them had known him, and his face did the thing it did sometimes, stripped itself of all its performance down to the thing underneath, which was enormous and fierce and entirely genuine. "Done," he said. "Done," Harry said. Godric let out a breath and sat down on the floor, which was not where Godric Gryffindor usually sat but which was, apparently, the right response to the moment. Helga appeared behind him. She had known it was happening today, they'd told her the timeline, and she had been, by common agreement, in her kitchen, because her presence during the extraction would have made the atmosphere too emotionally charged for the precision required. She stood in the doorway and looked at Harry, and her eyes went to his scar, and the scar was just a scar now. Just a mark. Lightning-shaped, faded a little from its original angry red, belonging entirely to Harry rather than to anything or anyone else. She crossed the room and put her hand briefly against his cheek. Just for a moment. Then she said, briskly, "You need to eat something. All of you. Magical extraction of that magnitude requires, Helga," Godric said. "What?" "Sit down." She sat down, next to Harry, and her hand found his, and the five of them sat in the lower room with the lake light moving over the walls, and nobody said anything important for a while, because nothing important needed to be said. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts in September of Harry's 5th year with the smile of someone who has been given authority they have wanted for a long time and intend to use it extensively. Harry watched her walk to the high table at the start of term feast and thought, there it is. He had been watching the Ministry deteriorate since Voldemort's resurrection, watching Fudge's denial calcify into something systematic and institutional, watching the Daily Prophet become a Ministry instrument, watching the apparatus of official magical governance turn itself toward the problem of Harry Potter specifically with the particular venom of an institution that has been publicly embarrassed and intends to recoup its credibility at someone else's expense. He had expected Fudge to send someone. He had not expected someone quite this specifically dangerous. Umbridge was not a fool. This was the thing people missed about her, the thing that would get them hurt if they went in assuming the pink cardigan and the kitten plates translated into limited capacity. She was a bureaucratic intelligence of the first order, she understood systems, understood the specific gravity of institutional power, understood that the most effective way to destroy something was not to attack it directly but to replace the air around it with something unbreathable. She had been doing this at the Ministry for 30 years. He watched her give her speech at the feast, the throat-clearing, the delicate poisoning of Dumbledore's authority, the careful language of someone establishing a new order while appearing merely to be maintaining an existing one, and he thought about what Salazar had taught him about redirected force. The difference between direct confrontation and reframing the field. Hermione, beside him, was listening with her expression arranged into perfect attentiveness and her jaw very slightly tight, which meant she had understood exactly what was happening. Ron, on his other side, leaned over and said quietly, "She works for Fudge." "She is Fudge," Harry said, at this point. "He's nominal, she's operational." He paused. "And she reports to the Wisengamot faction that's been trying to discredit me since last June. So what do we do?" "We don't do anything dramatic," Harry said. "We let her show us what she is." "That sounds like waiting." "It is waiting," Harry said. "For about 3 days. The first defense against the dark arts lesson was a master class in passive institutional control. Umbridge distributed a textbook, outlined a curriculum that was entirely theoretical with no practical component, and smiled at the class with a warmth that had nothing behind it. She called on Harry specifically, within 10 minutes. "Mr. Potter. Can you tell us why the Ministry has determined that practical spell work is unnecessary at OWL level?" The class was very still. Everyone knew who Harry Potter was at this point. They'd known since first year. By 5th year they had also seen him perform elemental fire resonance with a dragon, walk into the Chamber of Secrets at 12, free an innocent man from Azkaban at 13, and compete in a tournament with champions 3 years his senior and come out ahead of all of them. The stillness had a quality of anticipation. Harry looked at her. "The Ministry hasn't determined that," he said, pleasantly. "The Ministry has determined that for the purposes of this class, at this school, at this moment, the curriculum should be theoretical only. That's a specific policy decision, not a general conclusion. Her smile didn't change. Is there a distinction? There's a significant distinction, he said. One is educational philosophy, which is debatable. The other is an administrative decision made for reasons that have nothing to do with our academic welfare and several things to do with what happened in a graveyard in June. He paused. I'm sure you're aware. The smile went very fixed. Harry Potter, she said, and her voice had the quality of someone selecting a tool. The Ministry's position on the events is that they didn't happen, Harry said. Yes. I know. He leaned back slightly in his chair. I was there, though. So I have some first-hand insight into whether they happened. He looked at her with the absolute, settled calm of someone who has been trained for 15 years by people who had no interest in teaching him to be afraid of authority. I think we probably disagree about the curriculum. That's fine. I'll learn the theory. I'll also learn the practical elsewhere. He paused. Is there anything else? She looked at him for a moment. Her eyes, behind their wide, pleasant expression, were doing a calculation. Detention, Mr. Potter, she said. This evening. Of course, he said, and took out a quill to take notes. The detention was the blood quill. He had been told about it. Salazar had flagged it in his research on Umbridge's methods, which the founders had been compiling since her appointment was announced. Dark object, prohibited under 3 ministry statutes, which was an exquisite irony given that it was being used by a ministry official. It cut words into the back of the hand and used the blood as ink, the pain calibrated to the depth of the inscription, and it was designed, specifically, deliberately designed, to teach through pain that certain statements should not be made. He sat in her office, surrounded by her kitten plates and the oppressive sweetness of her taste in interior decoration, and he picked up the quill and he wrote, and he let the inscription happen, and he did not make a sound and his face did not change. I must not tell lies. The letters formed on the back of his hand and then faded. He wrote it again. He wrote it for an hour. By the end, the back of his hand was raw and aching, and he set the quill down and looked at it, and then he looked at Umbridge, who had been watching him with an expression that had begun as anticipation and had gradually become unsettled, because the reaction she'd been waiting for had not arrived. Good night, Professor, he said, and left. He went to the tower, and Helga saw his hand before he'd said a word, and her expression moved through something that was very briefly violent before it settled into focused, deliberate calm. She healed it without speaking for a moment and then she said, she used a blood quill. Yes. On a 15-year-old. On a student she's trying to intimidate, Harry said. It won't work. And the moment she uses it on anyone else, he paused. Is it still 3 ministry statutes? 4, Salazar said, from the doorway. He had the look he got when he had been doing research. I found a 4th this evening, a Wisengamot ruling from 1923 specifically regarding punitive blood magic on minors. It carries mandatory review by the full Wisengamot. Not a ministry subcommittee. The full body. Harry looked at him. She doesn't know about the 4th one. Almost certainly not. It's not indexed in the standard ministry legal database. It's in the original Wisengamot records, which require physical access to the archive room. Salazar paused. I had Rowena retrieve it this afternoon when the appointment was confirmed. That's 4 weeks ago, Harry said. You've had this for 4 weeks. We like to be prepared, Salazar said, which was the most Salazar sentence he had ever produced. Harry looked at the healed back of his hand. I'm going to let her use it on me twice more, he said. Each time, same response. Then I'll take the documentation to the Wisengamot directly, not the ministry, the Wisengamot, and I'll bring Hermione as a witness to the documentation process, and Sirius as the adult magical guardian of record. Sirius was granted guardianship last year, Helga said. The paperwork is fully in order. I know. He looked at her. She's going to try to isolate me. She'll use the educational decrees, I expect her to start issuing them within the month. She'll ban the DA, or try to. She'll try to ban the Order's involvement with students, Rowena said. She had appeared from the staircase with the silence she maintained when she was finishing a thought. She doesn't know about the tower. She doesn't know what the tower is. She will investigate, but the wards on this structure are older than the concept of ministry investigation and are not going to cooperate with her. Dumbledore won't tell her, Harry said. Dumbledore will not tell her, Rowena agreed. He is many things. He is not that. He's been trying to protect the school, Harry said. He's made mistakes with me specifically. But his care for the students is real. He paused. He's going to leave, I think. She'll maneuver him out. And when he does, the school is going to need something. He looked at all four of them. They looked back. The fifth tower needs to be known, he said. The room went quiet. Not everything, he said. Not the details of the training or the specifics of the magical theory. But the fact that you're here, that you've been here, that the founders are physically present in this school and have been raising a student in its walls for 15 years, that has to come out. He paused. Because when Umbridge has Dumbledore gone and her educational decree stacking up and her inquisitorial squad doing her enforcement, the thing that can meet that is not a secret. Secrets give her leverage. The truth doesn't. You want to come out of the tower, Godric said. I want you to come out of the tower, Harry said. All of you. Godric was already smiling, and he wasn't trying to contain it. Brilliant, he said. It's not a symbolic gesture, Harry said. I'm not doing it for drama. I'm doing it because the Ministry's entire position depends on controlling the narrative, and the Founders walking into the Great Hall undermines every narrative she has. It also, Salazar said, very quietly, makes the statement that the school belongs to its builders, not its current administrators, and that there are authorities that predate the Ministry entirely. He paused. I have thoughts about that statement. I know, Harry said. Say them. Salazar looked at him. I built things here that I am not proud of. My name has been attached to, he paused. I need to account for that publicly. The chamber was mine. The ideology that shaped it was mine. If I walk into that great hall, I carry that with me. Yes, Harry said. I am not asking you to resolve it for me. I know, Harry said. I'm not going to. He met Salazar's eyes. But I'll stand with you when you do. The room was very quiet for a moment. Right, Salazar said, and his voice had that quality it sometimes had, stripped of all its precision into something that was just the thing underneath the precision, which was a person who had been trying for 800 years to reconcile what he'd built with what he believed and had found, in a 15-year-old boy with Lily Evans's eyes and James Potter's chaos of hair, the most honest mirror he'd ever held. Right. Then we'll go together. Dumbledore left in February. He left the way Dumbledore did things, with timing and preparation, not quite defeat, more like a tactical withdrawal that left the battlefield configured in a way that inconvenienced the victor. He pressed the portkey headmaster's ring into McGonagall's hands at 3 a.m. and told her 3 things, and then he was gone, and Umbridge was in the headmaster's office by 8 a.m. the next morning with her educational decrees and her clipboard and her smile. She lasted 11 days before Harry decided the timeline had arrived. On the 12th day of Umbridge's headmistress tenure, Harry Potter walked into the Great Hall at breakfast with 4 people who had not been in the public view of the wizarding world for 800 years, and the hall did what halls do when something categorically unexpected happens, which is to go from its usual morning noise to a silence so absolute that individual forks could be heard against plates. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table. The Founders sat with him. Not at the high table. At the house tables, distributed, Godric at Gryffindor beside Harry, Helga at Hufflepuff, Rowena at Ravenclaw, Salazar at Slytherin, and this last one produced a specific, complicated reaction at the Slytherin table, because Salazar was instantly recognizable from every portrait in the school and there was not a student in the building who had any preparation for the man himself sitting down among them and accepting a cup of tea from a 5th year who handed it to him reflexively and then went. Entirely pale. Salazar thanked the fifth year by name, because he had learned the name of every student in the school weeks ago, because he was Salazar Slytherin and that was simply how he operated. Umbridge appeared at the doors of the Great Hall. She looked at the scene. She looked at Harry, who was eating toast. She looked at Godric Gryffindor, who was also eating toast and had his hair in its usual state and looked exactly like the full-length portrait in the Gryffindor common room except considerably more three-dimensional and approximately twice as large. She looked at Helga Hufflepuff, who looked up from a conversation with a group of second-year Hufflepuffs and gave her a smile that was warm and absolutely not friendly. She looked at Salazar Slytherin, who did not look up from his tea. She looked at Rowena Ravenclaw, who was already watching her with the expression of a person who has prepared a comprehensive legal and historical case and is looking forward to presenting it. She said, "What is the meaning?" "Good morning," Harry said, without looking up from his breakfast. "This is the school's first public appearance by the founders since 1168. I thought it should happen during term rather than over a holiday, since the primary audience is the students. These cannot be." She stepped into the hall. Her voice was finding its authority, that careful instrument. "I am the headmistress of this school, and I will not have, you are the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, currently serving as Hogwarts High Inquisitor under Educational Decree No. 22, Rowena said. Her voice carried across the hall without effort, the voice of a woman who had addressed larger rooms than this from a standing start. The headmistress is Minerva McGonagall, who was appointed by the Deputy Headmaster's authority following Dumbledore's departure. Your decree granting you headmistress status was filed incorrectly under Wisengamot subsection 4 rather than section 7, which requires full-body ratification rather than ministerial sign-off. The appointment is not legally valid." She paused. "I spent Monday in the Wisengamot archive. I'm very thorough." The hall had the quality of absolute, total attention. Umbridge's smile was doing something extraordinary, trying to maintain itself structurally while the expression underneath it was entirely different. "Furthermore," Rowena said, and took a folded sheaf of parchment from her robes, "the blood quill used on Harry Potter and, I believe, 14 other students over the past 4 months violates 3 ministry statutes and a 1923 Wisengamot ruling, the full ruling, not the indexed summary, which requires mandatory review by the full Wisengamot body and carries, upon confirmation of use on a minor, immediate suspension from any ministry or teaching post pending a formal hearing." She set the parchment on the table in front of her. "I have documentation of each infraction and 14 signed witness statements," she said. "Collated, indexed, and cross-referenced. I'll provide a copy to the Wisengamot, a copy to the Daily Prophet, and a copy to the International Confederation of Wizards Education Oversight Committee." A pause. "I also prepared a copy for you, since it seemed courteous." She did not, however, hand it to Umbridge. Umbridge's smile had completed its structural failure. "You cannot," she said. "I built this school," Rowena said, and her voice had changed, not louder, not harder, just present in a way that filled the hall completely, the way something fills a space when it belongs there. "I laid the wards you stand under. I wrote the founding charter that defines what this place is and what it is for. I have been in this castle for over 1,000 years and I have watched it survive things that would make your administration look like a brief inconvenience." She picked up her teacup. "You should leave," she said, not as a threat. As an assessment of the optimal outcome. Today. Before the Wisengamot receives the filing. The hall was so quiet that somewhere in the upper floors, a door opened and closed and everyone in the room heard it. Umbridge left. She did not say anything else. She walked out of the great hall with the gait of someone performing composed departure, and the doors closed behind her, and the hall remained perfectly silent for approximately 3 seconds. Then the Gryffindor table started clapping. It spread, the way things spread when they're genuine, to Hufflepuff, to Ravenclaw, and after a moment, to Slytherin, where a 5th year named Theo Knott started it and the rest followed in the particular Slytherin way of doing things, which was measured and deliberate and all the more real for that. Godric was grinning so broadly it looked like it might cause injury. Harry ate his toast. "Show off," he said to Rowena. "I know," she said, and drank her tea. Voldemort came in May. He came, as Harry had always known he would, to the Ministry of Magic, to the Department of Mysteries, where the prophecy orb sat in its row and the veil hung in its chamber and the architecture of magical power was most concentrated and most visible. He came with his Death Eaters, with the full manifestation of everything he'd been rebuilding since June, with the specific intention of confronting Harry Potter on the ground he'd chosen, in front of the witnesses he'd assembled. Harry had been there for an hour before he arrived. The DA was with him, all of them, the full membership, 5th years and above who had been training all year under Harry's instruction in the Room of Requirement, who knew defensive magic and offensive counter-jinxes and how to operate under pressure because Harry had been making them practice under pressure since October. Hermione and Ron, Luna Lovegood, Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, all of them positioned across the Department of Mysteries with the deliberate spread of people who have been told where to stand and why. And behind them, in the atrium, the founders. All 4 of them. Publicly, formally, entirely without concealment, wearing the same clothes they'd worn in portraits for 800 years, Godric's sword at his side, Helga's amber robes, Rowena's eagle feather sigil at her collar, Salazar in his green and silver, carrying nothing, needing nothing. The Order of the Phoenix arrived 12 minutes after Harry's group and Sirius came through the floor with the particular energy of someone who has been waiting for a fight and is very ready for one. He found Harry in the Hall of Prophecy and looked at him and said, "You knew they'd come here." "Yes," Harry said. "The founders are in the atrium." "Yes." "Godric Gryffindor is in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic," Sirius said, with the expression of a man processing something he cannot fully believe even while believing it. "With a sword." "He won't need the sword," Harry said. "Probably." "Harry, Sirius." He looked at his godfather. "I need you to trust me." Sirius looked at him. At the absolute, settled calm that had been there since age 6 or 7, that had never been the absence of feeling but rather the organization of it, the Helga groundedness and the Rowena precision and the Godric fire and the Salazar clarity all compiled into a person who was 15 years old and was not, in any relevant way, afraid. "I trust you," Sirius said. "Good. Take the North Corridor. Protect the Orb Room. We don't need the prophecy but Voldemort thinks he does, and thinking he does will keep him in a predictable pattern for the first 10 minutes. He handed Sirius a folded note. "This is the room sequence and the timing. Remus has the copy. Move." Sirius moved. The Death Eaters came through the Veil Chamber in formation, 12 of them, with Voldemort himself and Nagini moving at their center, and the thing about Tom Riddle at full power was that he was, genuinely, extraordinary. Harry had known this in the graveyard and knew it more clearly now, the presence of him, the sheer magical weight, the red eyes scanning the Hall of Prophecy with an intelligence that had spent 6 decades honing itself toward a single objective. He was terrible and he was real and he was wrong about nearly everything that mattered. He saw Harry and stopped. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice was the one from the graveyard, stripped of theatrics, doing the thing it did when he was serious. "Alone." "Not exactly," Harry said. Behind him, 12 wands came up, the DA, positioned, ready. And through the glass ceiling of the Hall of Prophecy, the specific shimmer of 4 presences that were not physically in the room but were immediately adjacent to it, watching, waiting, prepared to move in the instant the situation required. Voldemort's eyes moved across the DA students with the assessment of someone calculating threat and dismissing it. They settled back on Harry. "Children," he said. "Exceptionally well-trained children," Harry said. "But you're right that this isn't about them." He looked at Voldemort directly. "Nagini." The snake lifted her head from the floor. Harry spoke to her in the oldest Parseltongue, the one under Salazar's teaching, the original tongue, and he said, "You carry something that was put in you without consent. I can remove it. You will be free of it. You will not lose yourself, only the piece that isn't you." Nagini's tongue tasted the air. "The cold carried thing," she said. The same register as Morea. I have felt it since before I was what I am now. Yes, Harry said. It changed you. Made you more and less at once. I can end it. Voldemort's attention had sharpened to a razor. He understood Parseltongue. He had heard every word. And his face, for the first time since Harry had known his face, showed something that was not performed emotion but genuine, involuntary response. Fear. Not of Harry. Of Nagini's choice. Do not, Voldemort said, and his voice cracked on the word in a way that Harry had never heard it crack before, a fissure in the architecture, and the fissure exposed exactly what lived underneath the certainty and the power and the red eyes that did not blink. Tom Riddle, 16 years old, who had been so afraid of dying that he had made himself into something that could not live. Harry called the ether. He called all of it, not the targeted thread he'd used on the diary or the ring or the fragment in his scar but the full expression of it, the thing that had absorbed a killing curse at 15 months old, the element that predated magic as taxonomy and ran underneath everything including the thing that Tom Riddle had most deeply violated with his Horcruxes, which was the simple fact of soul as whole and indivisible. It came up through him and it was warm, and it was not a weapon. It reached Nagini and she stiffened and went very still, and the Horcrux fragment left her the way all the others had left their vessels, with resistance, with the small protest of something that had been using permanence as a substitute for life, and then it was gone, and Nagini settled back to the floor and lay still, breathing, entirely herself, and looked at Harry with yellow serpent eyes that were just eyes. Free, she said. Free, Harry said back. He looked at Voldemort. Voldemort's eyes had gone from red to something. In the moment of the last Horcrux's destruction, some calculation had completed in him, some understanding of what had just happened and what it meant, and his face held a look that Harry had no precedent for, because it was not rage and not fear but something much more fundamental than either. Loss. The architecture of 7 decades of work, dismantled. The protection he'd been buying. The permanence he'd convinced himself he'd achieved. All of it gone, in the quiet removal of a fragment from a snake, and what remained was Tom Riddle, who was mortal, who had always been mortal, who had become unrecognizable in his attempt to escape that fact. It's done, Harry said. He said it quietly, not triumphantly, because this was not a moment for triumph. It was a moment for truth. All of them. You're not protected anymore. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his. What happened next happened very fast and also with the quality of inevitability that some moments have, the quality of a thing that has been coming for 15 years and has finally arrived at its destination. The Death Eaters moved. The DA moved. The Hall of Prophecy became a combat space, and Harry moved through it the way Godric had trained him to move, fast, economical, eyes tracking multiple threats simultaneously, not fighting from a fixed position but from constant motion. He did not hide. He did not play defense. He moved forward. Voldemort's curses came heavy and fast and brilliant, the man was genuinely, terrifyingly skilled, and Harry felt each one in the air as it passed, felt the cold of the killing curse twice, the burn of the cruciatus that he turned aside with a combined air-water shield that dissipated it before contact. He fired back, not killing curses, because those were not what this moment required, but binding work and elemental combinations that no Death Eater in the room had any framework for countering, because they had been trained to fight wand magic and Harry was using something that predated wand magic by several centuries. He drove Voldemort back toward the veil. Not alone, Dumbledore arrived through the flue and the two of them worked the space with the improvised fluency of people who are very different and very capable and have, finally, stopped working at cross purposes. Dumbledore took the Death Eaters. Harry took Voldemort. In the atrium, the sound of the fight was joined by something larger, the Founders, engaging the overflow, and if Harry could have seen it he would have seen 4 people who had been building and defending magical structures since before the British Isles had a unified monarchy demonstrating, clearly and without restraint, exactly what that 800-year gap in experience actually meant in a combat context. Godric fought like something elemental, which he was, fireborn, and the heat in the atrium went up to something almost uncomfortable as his element responded to his mood. Helga fought the way she did everything, with a groundedness that meant the floor itself became a tactical instrument. Rowena was precise and devastating, each spell the minimum necessary force applied at the exactly correct angle. Salazar did not fight loudly or visibly, but 3 Death Eaters sat down on the atrium floor in quick succession with expressions of profound, immovable confusion, and no one who saw it was entirely certain what had happened. Harry and Voldemort stood 10 feet from the veil. The veil moved with its slow, ancient breath, and Voldemort was breathing hard for the first time Harry had ever seen, and his wand was still up, and his red eyes were on Harry with an expression that had finished its evolution and arrived at something almost human. "You can't destroy me with elemental magic," Voldemort said. And it was true, technically. The ether was not a weapon in that sense. It did not kill. It dissolved the artificial. It undid what shouldn't be. "I know," Harry said. "Then what, finite," Harry said. He cast it. Not the standard finite incantatem, this was a version of it he had constructed over 2 years with Rowena and Salazar, the logical endpoint of everything they understood about Horcruxes and soul work and the specific magical distortion that Voldemort had become, targeted not at his magic but at the construction of him, at the 60-year accumulation of deliberate self-modification, the layers of dark magic wrapped around Tom Riddle like armor, all the things he'd done to make himself unrecognizable. The spell hit him, and Voldemort made a sound, and for a moment, just one moment, the layers came down, and what was underneath them was a boy who had been afraid of death and had made terrible choices and had never, not once in 60 years, let himself understand what those choices had cost, and in that moment Harry looked at him without triumph and without hatred and with something that was harder than either. Pity. Real pity. Not condescension. The specific, painful pity of someone who has been raised by love and can recognize, with painful clarity, its total absence. "Tom," he said. Quietly. The layers reassembled. The red eyes came back. The face closed. Voldemort raised his wand for the last time and what came out of it was the killing curse, and it was genuine, it was total, it carried everything he had, and it was aimed with the precision of a man who has been aiming at this specific target since 1981. Harry raised his wand and cast the ether full, open, unreserved. The killing curse hit the spirit element at a velocity that should have been terminal. It absorbed. The same transaction. The same impossible event. 15 months old and the curse had hit the ether in him and fractured. 15 years old and he called the ether deliberately, all of it, the undiluted fifth element, the foundation beneath the other 4, the thing that had been sleeping inside him since before he had language, and the killing curse went into it and the ether took it apart the way it had taken apart the Horcrux fragments, not reflecting it, not blocking it, but converting it, dismantling its nature at the most fundamental level, and the rebound was not a killing curse anymore when it came back. It was just force. It hit Voldemort and knocked him into the veil, and the veil took him, and the curtain settled back into its slow ancient breath, and Tom Riddle was gone. Not dead. Not alive. Through. The Hall of Prophecy was silent. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was not shaking. He noticed this with a kind of remote curiosity, 14 years of training, 15 years of a life built by 4 people who loved him out of all proportion to anything reasonable, and here he was in the silence after the last thing, and his hand was not shaking. Ron appeared in the doorway. He was bleeding from a cut above his eye and had the expression of someone who has been in a fight and is still processing whether it's over. He looked at Harry. He looked at the veil. He looked at the floor where Voldemort had been standing. "Is it?" he said. "Yes," Harry said. Ron leaned against the doorframe. "Right," he said. "Okay. Are you all right?" Harry thought about it honestly. "Yes," he said. "Are you?" "My ear is doing something concerning," Ron said. "But yeah." Harry walked toward him. Behind him, the Hall of Prophecy's row of prophecy orbs stood in their neat arrangement, hundreds of small glowing spheres, each one containing some version of a possible future, and in the fourth row from the left there was one labeled SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter, and it was dark, its glow gone, its content fulfilled or expired or simply no longer relevant to a world in which the veil had taken Tom Riddle and the last Horcrux was gone. He passed it without picking it up. The atrium was settling when he came through. Death Eaters bound and accounted for, Ministry Aurors arriving in force from the Floo, Dumbledore already in conversation with Scrimgeour, who had arrived sometime in the previous 15 minutes with the specific energy of a man positioning himself relative to an event whose outcome was becoming clear. The hall smelled of spent magic, the sharp ozone of combat, and faintly, underneath it, the warm stone quality that came with the Founders. Sirius found him first. He crossed the atrium at speed and checked him with both hands on Harry's shoulders, checked him physically, looking for injury, and then the grip changed from assessment to something else, and Harry let that too. "It's done," Harry said. "I know," Sirius said. "I felt it." Helga was next, because Helga was always next in these moments, appearing from the south corridor with her amber robes and a calm face that was the calm of someone who has been very frightened for the past hour and has decided that since the crisis is over, the fear can be put away cleanly. She looked at Harry with those clear eyes, and she did not ask if he was all right because she could see that he was, but she touched his face briefly, the same gesture as after the Horcrux extraction, and he understood it the same way. Rowena was standing near the fountain with Hermione, the two of them in what appeared to be an extremely focused post-combat analysis of the spellwork involved, and Hermione's expression was the expression she got when she was talking to someone on her intellectual level, which almost never happened, and she looked more comprehensively alive than Harry had seen her look all year. Godric came in from the west entrance with his sword still in his hand. He had clearly decided to use it after all, and blood on his sleeve that was not his, and an expression of magnificent, uncomplicated satisfaction. He sheathed the sword, looked at Harry across the atrium, and raised a hand. "Simple. Clear. Done." Harry raised his in return. "Done." He turned to find Salazar standing at his left shoulder, which was where Salazar had always stood in training when they were covering his blind side, and he said, without preamble, "Nagini is in the Hall of Prophecy. She has been through a significant experience and is resting. Someone should check on her." "I'll go," Harry said. "She asked for water," Salazar said. "She asked you?" "She said it to the heir." "I understood." He paused. "She seems," another pause. The specific pause of Salazar managing an unexpected emotion. "She seems relieved." "Yes," Harry said. "I imagine she does." He went back through the Department of Mysteries to where Nagini lay coiled in the Hall of Prophecy. He conjured water in a flat stone bowl, the Helga technique, earth-shaped, water-filled, and set it near her, and she lifted her head and drank, and then she looked at him with her yellow eyes. "The cold voice is gone," she said, in the old parcel tongue. "Yes," Harry said. "What will you do?" She tasted the air. "What do snakes do?" she said, which was not quite an answer but also was. "I know somewhere," he said. "Somewhere with deep water and warm stones. If you want." She considered. "The old voicekeeper's water," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Yes," she said. He found Dumbledore at the edge of the atrium, apart from the controlled chaos of the aftermath, and the old man looked old. Not diminished. Just carrying something that had become, over the course of this evening, lighter, and the adjustment to that lightness was its own kind of weight. "It's done," Harry said, which was what he kept saying and would keep saying because it was true and the truth bore repetition. "Yes," Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry. "I had planned for this to go differently." "I know," Harry said. "My plan," Dumbledore stopped. He looked at his hands. Then he looked at Harry with the specific honesty that he reserved for moments when he had decided, definitively, that the layered approach was not serving him. "My plan required you to walk to your death." "I know," Harry said again. "You knew," Dumbledore said, and it was not quite a question. Since third year, Harry said. When I found the theory. When I understood what I was carrying. He paused. And I walked into the graveyard anyway, because I needed the information, and I came back, and we handled the Horcruxes, and tonight, he gestured at the atrium, at the aftermath of the thing. Tonight we did it without the part where I die. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You should have been told, he said. From the beginning. Yes, Harry said. I convinced myself. I know what you convinced yourself, Harry said, and his voice was not cruel but it was honest, and honesty in this direction had a certain weight to it. You needed a weapon. You couldn't afford for me to know I was one, because knowing changes how people move toward the thing they're moving toward, and you needed me moving toward it without flinching. He paused. I flinched at exactly nothing. But that wasn't your plan. That was theirs. He looked over at the founders, at the four of them arrayed in the atrium with its fountain and its statues, alive and undeniable, and something moved in his chest that was not simple enough to name. They gave me everything, he said. Every tool, every language, every technique, every truth. They didn't protect me by keeping things from me. They protected me by making sure there was nothing I couldn't face. He looked back at Dumbledore. That's the difference. Dumbledore nodded. It was a slow nod, the nod of someone taking something in rather than performing agreement. I am sorry, he said. I want that said clearly. Not as a strategy. Just, I am sorry, Harry. Harry looked at him. Looked at the genuine, uncalculated apology in the old face. Thought about the plans and the machinations and the 44-page document they'd found, in his second year, in the Tower Library, describing the life Dumbledore had been trying to engineer for him before the founders woke up. Thought about all of it. I know, he said. I accept it. Dumbledore's face did something that was, in its small way, as significant as anything else that had happened tonight. Thank you, he said. Harry nodded. He turned and walked back toward where the founders were gathered, and the atrium was full of aurors and ministry officials and the beginning of the enormous mechanical process of an aftermath, statements, investigations, the whole apparatus of the wizarding world beginning to process the fact that a war it had barely admitted was happening had just ended. And somewhere in the prophet's offices a photographer was going to be dispatched and Hermione was already drafting the accurate account. That she would insist on placing and Harry was going to have to field questions for months about what exactly had happened in the Hall of Prophecy, but for now he walked toward Godric, who put an arm around his shoulders with that enormous comfortable heaviness, and toward Helga, who had found Ginny and was making sure she was all right, and toward Rowena, who was examining the atrium fountain's magical architecture with the specific expression of someone who has already found 3 things she'd do differently, and toward Salazar, who was standing near the south entrance looking at the veiled chamber doors with the expression of someone settling something interior and private and long overdue. Harry stopped beside him. He's through the veil, Harry said. I know. Salazar was quiet for a moment. He wasted everything I valued, he said. Every quality I thought I was cultivating in the Slytherin line, the intelligence, the ambition, the self-determination. He took it all and made it an instrument of, he stopped. He was the worst possible heir. The purest expression of my worst ideas. Yes, Harry said. And you are, Salazar stopped again. He turned from the veiled chamber doors and looked at Harry, and his grey eyes did the thing they rarely did, which was to simply show something, without strategic management. You are the best expression of everything I actually wanted to build, he said. When I had the judgment to know what I actually wanted. Before a pause. Before. Harry looked at him. Salazar. You raised me. We all raised you. Yes, Harry said. All 4 of you. All 4 houses in one person, that was the design, or near enough. Not to choose between them but to carry all of them. He paused. You built a school because you believed that the right education could produce extraordinary people. And you were right. The method was wrong in places, the division, the hierarchy, the things you built into the architecture that should have been built differently. But the belief was right. He met Salazar's eyes. You were right. The atrium moved around them with its noise and its aftermath and its long institutional process of reckoning with what had just happened, and the fountain sent its water up and let it fall, and the ceiling showed the morning sky beginning, barely, to pale, and Salazar Slytherin stood in the Ministry of Magic 800 years after he had walked out of Hogwarts and looked at the evidence of everything he'd built and everything he'd broken and everything that had, against considerable odds, turned out right. We should go back to the school, he said. Yes, Harry said. The students will need, yes. Morea will need to be introduced to the lake properly. The water temperature on the north bank, Salazar, Harry said. Yes. You can just say you're ready to go home. A pause. The longest pause. And then, very quietly, in the voice Salazar used when he was saying something he had not planned to say, I'm ready to go home. They went together, all 5 of them, through the flue back to the castle, and the tower was warm when they arrived, and the lake was just beginning to catch the first light, and somewhere in the depth of the water, not yet, but soon, there would be a new sound added to the old acoustics of the place, a resonance, a song, the specific frequencies of a creature reunited with the water singing of its first keeper, finally, after 800 years, not alone. And in the great hall the enchanted ceiling caught the sunrise and held it, the way it always had, the way it always would, the oldest part of the building doing what it had always done, showing the students what the sky looked like, however the day was going, good or terrible or somewhere between. It was a good sky this morning. Harry Potter sat at the Gryffindor table and ate his breakfast, and the founders sat with him, and the castle breathed its deep familiar breath around them all, and the morning happened the way mornings do, without asking permission, without apology, without any particular understanding of its own significance. Just light, and warmth, and people at a table. The stone remembered.